Yes, ma'am.
I can.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
What about Angie? She's on now too.
I can hear.
Hi, Angie.
All right.
Hello.
Are you feeling any better today?
Okay, not too bad.
I just sent you an email.
I got it. I sent a response to you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
All right, council, are we ready to go ahead and begin?
Oh.
Okay. All right, well, welcome back to day 2. Thank you all for being here for the strategic planning retreat. And thank you all for the staff and our board chairs in the back as well for joining us and providing valuable input and hearing the direction that council's setting today. I do want to go through just a quick recap of yesterday, just to kind of ground ourselves into what we accomplished yesterday. And we'll start there and then jump right into our agenda for today. So with our day 1 recap, how did we do? In general, council, how did you feel yesterday went? Good? I feel like we accomplished what we wanted to set out to accomplish?
I think you should ask Lydia, Jane, and John how it feels this year versus last year.
Good point.
I feel like you thought you were getting through it last year, and now you realize you weren't getting through it as well as you thought you were. So it's much more enlightening this year.
Good. Good. Make sure
Jane?
we speak into microphones. I don't think they heard your comment, Jane.
I felt like I had a much better understanding this year than last year
Right.
of what was, going on, how it all worked together.
Right. Very good. So we set out to review and affirm our mission, vision, and core competencies. We set out to discuss our prioritization of strategic opportunities as well as areas of focus. And we set out to go through the entire OFI list relative to those related to strategic opportunities. And I think we accomplished each of those 3 objectives yesterday, correct? Okay.
Would it be wrong to ask a question about the areas of focus?
No, go ahead.
So, I'm not sure how we get to these areas of focus. Performance gaps, for example. I went down, now I've lost my list of performance gaps. But I went down through the list of performance gaps and compared them to another list of something else. I guess the balanced scorecard. And I'm not seeing where the ones that are listed as performance gaps are really gaps.
Okay, so I got the list of performance gaps from our assessment of how our performance is relative to our benchmark communities.
Yeah.
Whereas what you see on the balanced scorecard is performance relative to the goal we set for that year.
Correct. So we may have a goal of 80%, which we may have achieved, but our performance, there may still be a gap, performance gap, based on our benchmarks.
Okay, so on the balanced scorecard for 2021, it gives actual fiscal year 19, estimated fiscal year 2020, short-term goal for 2021, and long-term goal 2025. Okay. So the first performance gap is quality of recreation indoor facilities. So now looking down, it's going to be under 6, I guess, right? Promote active living and cultural opportunities.
It would be. It is not a KPI on the corporate balance scorecard.
No.
It is a KPI that we track separately on department balance scorecards.
So we don't have that in our materials.
We do, so
we
it's
do in
under
the-
goal 6, under the data that we reviewed under goal 6
Oh,
at the
okay.
pre-retreat. So we have under goal 6, the quality of indoor facilities is on page 11, under goal 6, for example. If you turn to page 12, under goal 6, you will see the chart there that shows our performance relative to the Atlantic region and the US. Where we were at 65% without neutrals included, and the others were at 72 and 66.
Okay, so we're trying to keep up with the Atlantic region and the US?
We're just, it's a benchmark that we are able to,
A lens to look at potential prioritization through.
Okay. And 5% discrepancy is our,
that's about the threshold that I used when I went through, knowing that there's obviously a margin of error with.
if we
survey
used a
questions.
different percentage or a different standard, would we come up with a whole different list of shortcomings rather than the ones that we've listed on here?
If I used a different standard of the 5%, you mean?
Yeah,
Yes, there would be a couple of others that we probably could add.
I was thinking maybe some of them would drop off.
Depends on if you.
Oh,
if you-
right, it
if
depends
you
on the
shrink it
threshold,
versus
right.
versus increase it,
Right.
yeah, right.
I was meaning if we shrink the number, so if we go down to, if we are outperformed by any of our benchmarks, then we certainly could add a whole lot more to the list. But if we change that 5% threshold to something larger, then we could. Again, the performance gaps are really just, like Jeff said, it's a lens for us to look at to say, is our level of performance relative to benchmarks acceptable?
Okay, because the community survey areas for improvement often don't have a number corresponding to the performance gaps.
That's because
Yeah.
it's a different lens to look at this through. The community survey uses a threshold of 20% dissatisfaction.
That's right. So the performance gaps are relative to benchmarks, no matter the level of dissatisfaction. It doesn't take that into account. It is relative to benchmarks. And then the bottom right, community survey areas for improvement, is solely taken by 20% or more dissatisfaction rating from the survey.
Thank you.
For example, if you saw that we were greater than 20% and you saw we had a performance gap, it would be stronger evidence that it should be a priority. And that's why we have these 4 columns lined up like we do, so that you can see the degree to which there's agreement in all those different lenses that it should be a priority.
Correct.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, and I see another lens. I'm looking on page 11, under tab 6, and a number of residents satisfied with quality of indoor recreation indoor facilities. And the under 34 is the lowest percentage. And we know our younger demographic is growing. So at least for me, that's a consideration when looking at whether we need to provide more indoor recreation facilities because of this younger demographic. So I guess my point is that's just another lens, the way we segment it, that's helpful in addressing this.
And then back to the 2021 balanced scorecard on, the percentage of residents satisfied with Parks and Rec programs and Parks and Rec facilities, is 98, 96%, estimated 95% for this year. So you might have a blip here, but overall, there's strong satisfaction.
In this particular case, I think the blip is, we opened the center in January, and
Right.
turned right around and closed it.
Sure.
Yeah.
People haven't even had the opportunity to use it.
Yeah,
And so
we won't know that answer
I think
for
this is
a
just
couple years.
This is lagging behind, that's all.
Yeah.
I think the survey's lagging behind the reality.
Yeah.
Another great point.
Well, I just picked quality of recreation indoor facilities because it was the first one on the performance
Yeah.
gaps list. But I went down through all 9 of them, And the only one that seemed to have a concern, you know, in the other columns was the one about maintaining quality of neighborhoods. So that's why I was asking.
Okay. So I noted one item that we need to circle back on today. You know, we said yesterday, let's get through so we all understand from the council's perspective what IAPs are on the list, right? And we got through the whole list of OPs related to strategic opportunities. But there are a couple of IAPs, initiative action plans, that land on the other OP list, the one that doesn't necessarily align to a strategic opportunity. And I want to make sure we cover those with council today so that we all are on the same page of understanding the status of those, which ones are going away and which ones may carry forward for future years as well. So if you turn in your notebook to, I think I told you to put it under your miscellaneous tab, right? Yes. So it is this spreadsheet here.
We could have done this whole one last night,
We could have gone through the whole thing.
don't you think?
I think so, if you wanted to spend the night. Okay, so let me pull it up on the screen as well. And there are a couple of initiatives.
You did, you didn't get the invite?
Where are you?
I had some things to say.
So it is this spreadsheet. So turn under your miscellaneous, yep, under that one. You got it. This one without colors on it. And I will pull it up on here as well for you. So the first initiative action plan that we have on the list is the police department accreditation. We know that that's been an initiative action plan for a couple of years. And this is one that I believe will roll forward into next fiscal year because of the timeline of applying for the site visit and all of that.
And I think that we are going to need to talk about this one because you're going to see an impact of this that's in the potential staffing requirements later on this morning. What we're learning is that in order to maintain accreditation, we may need to hire new staff just for that purpose. And in regard to that, when you see the financial impact in those out years, it doesn't contemplate new staffing. So maybe we should, what I would suggest is we might want to just footnote this one, and then when we have the discussion later on this morning about staffing needs, we want to circle back to this IEP and see and decide how we want to continue on that path.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds like a sobering discussion.
Sorry?
Sounds like a sobering discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm still getting feedback up here, Jason. I apologize if y'all are hearing that. Okay, the next item on the list of an initiative action plan falls on page 3, and it's number 41 on your list, and that's Baldridge. And so this is one that will be going away. Obviously, we will continue using the Baldridge framework here at the village, but we'll do away with that being an initiative action plan going forward, since that was specifically tied to the application.
Page 3.
Page 3, item 41. And then the next one right below that, item 42, is expand GIS capabilities. And this is one that we've had on the books for a couple of years, specific to implementing that GIS strategic plan, getting the staff here to implement that plan as well, the talent here. Jason, I might call on you for this. Is there a need to continue that initiative action plan or to carry it forward?
Well, what you're seeing there as far as money-wise is really the licensing that we have for the next, I mean, it's every year. Of course, we got a great deal on our first 3-year agreement, so that could go up in the future years. But basically what this is to meet with every department going forward. We're spending a lot of time with public services right now with Mike, trying to get him set up with the stormwater collection and inventorying stuff. So after that, the next part of this plan is to meet with the departments individually. We've done that previously when we created the strategic plan, but now it's been a few years and we're getting to those items, and we're going to meet with them again, fine-tune what they need GIS-wise in each department. So that's the next steps in the initiative action plan that we have now. Are you asking me, should we continue that after this year? It's going to be an ongoing thing every year, no matter what. At some point, it does probably need to roll off because it's a service that the IT department provides now.
Right. I think the intent of the action plan not only was just tied to implementing the strategic plan, but it was adding this as an internal service to the village. And we've added it now, and it will become a more systematic, it's an operational thing that we do going forward. So
Don't really
That would be
need it.
fine with me.
This should go away,
it
right?
it will go away in future years if you're okay with that.
Okay.
As an IAP, I should say. Let me clarify. Okay. The next initiative action plan on the list is on page 4, and it's item number 60, which is our workforce learning and development. This is our initiative action plan we've had on the books, Angie, probably for 4 years, 5 years, something.
It might be 3, we might be into the 4th year,
It might
but
be the
it's
4th
at
year
least 3.
Okay. Angie, you want to make a comment on this one at all? Of kind of what you feel for the future of this IAP?
Yeah, and we had a conversation about this at one of our previous meetings, that we're getting ready to roll this to our next level of supervision, our succession planning efforts that fall under the workforce learning and development plan. And once we do that, this, like Jason's, it will become more of a routine. It's just going to be something that we do from year to year. So it will go away. And the dollars that are associated with this, that's also software, our learning and development software that we have.
Counselor, are you okay with that as well? Okay. So it looks like on this list, the only initiative action plan that may remain is the Police Department Accreditation Initiative Action Plan. And again, that will be also tied to the conversation later today. And that is all the initiative action plans on this list. As you see, this list is very internally focused. We will continue to kind of amend this as a staff especially. These are the things that we do for continuous improvement and things that we as a staff feel are important for us to effectively manage our high-performing organization.
While we're at this, though, we're looking at this thing, are there other things that, as you all, to the extent that you did take a look at this list, are there things you have questions about or want to?
Go through it all today.
Yep.
Well, I have, I had questions on what some of them were, but we don't have to go through all that now, I guess.
And I will say this list will be updated by staff during the budgeting process because some of the items on here have already been accomplished. We'll be able to check them off the list since they were scheduled in FY21. So we'll update this through that process. But right, Council, if there's anything you want to talk about with this list today, we certainly could.
Well, I guess my one question kind of follows up what you just said, Lauren. I wouldn't want to see things drop off the list that then just become automatically a part of the budget or planning or whatever, that I assume through the budget process, we'll look at some of these expenses in 3 years or whatever as to whether they're necessary to continue or not. Or are you saying all of these things sort of become baked into?
They kind of do, yeah.
Maybe we should go through them.
That line item detail is available to you as we're developing the budget. We don't, but for example, when I present the budget in the spring, you're not going to see that line item detail. So
But we, the council, should assume that in the process of developing a budget, and you're going through the detail of each department level and
Right.
below budget, that somebody's going to be asking questions about, well, is this service still
line, yeah.
needed? or
Every,
all
we go
that. So,
line by line.
Yeah.
as you pointed out
Yeah.
before, the process of the department's meeting with the group of you senior leaders is that they have to defend what they have, what they're going to ask for, what they're going to do. And that's the process of kind of filtering this. I guess I would use that word. Is that fair to say, Jeff, or am I off?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. And as senior leaders, we analyze the budget submissions very carefully, and as a collective body. Our strategic planning team reviews that with each department head. And there's a lot of give and take in that discussion. Now, one of the other things that we have been providing the last few years that results from that is a list of the things that a department head asked for that we, as senior leaders, did not put in the recommended budget. So you have the opportunity to look at it from that side as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very good point of clarification, though, because that's how we as a staff go through our process to vet any of those requests that go through based on from the OFI list or from departmental financial forms as well.
What's 51, for example, on page 4? Kind of amorphous, but a lot of money.
51 being obtained better equipment for staff, Jane, is that the
For
question?
$95,000.
Yeah, I can answer
51.
that. That's in public services specifically, and that was to acquire the pipe camera for all of our storm drain evaluation and
Oh, okay.
investigations. That's what that specifically is. You can see there's no more
We could have
dollars
named down
outlined
better.
here.
Well, good.
Yeah. But you can also see there's really nothing else on the
It,
outline.
it
here
started
besides
with an
that.
analysis. We didn't know exactly what we wanted to get, but we did some analysis about surrounding a few sets of perceived problems in the staff, and it boiled down to that.
We had this obtain better equipment for staff has been on the list actually for a little while because we also used under this description, if you will, the purchase of the vacuum trailer and the jet rotor trailer for cleaning out pipes more efficiently, et cetera. So
Thank you.
kind of rounding out that whole package, if you will.
You all have any other questions on this?
I remember when we were going through the Baldridge, not the interviews, but with the test. When we were going through the Baldridge test thing, there was a question asked, how we evaluate the volunteers, but there's no evaluation process, that we don't evaluate the council ourselves. I don't know if we want to do that, but.
Sure. And
But
I
it seems
actually
like
have
we
it-
should do that because it seems like a gap, like we could improve the way a council operates.
Yep, and I know this is, you've seen it on the list, and so this is an OP that,
I saw the volunteer OP, I didn't see.
there is one also for council.
Tell me where it
And it's
is.
for this fiscal year. I'll have to find it. And it is actually on my radar to bring forward the conversation with you all this fiscal year in order to propose some sort of process if you'd like to do that. That's actually one of my goals, to do that this fiscal year with you, if you wish to do that, so.
Here.
It is somewhere.
Okay, I'll just in order of time, I'll just trust you that it's there.
Yeah.
You could
And
confirm that.
obviously, the desire would be to design something that you all are comfortable with.
Well, right, yeah, I just thought
Is it item
Really?
43?
when we operate better,
Maybe not.
What could go wrong?
when we operate better,
Yeah.
everything else?
It's item 43, as Lydia pointed out.
43, great,
Thank you, Jeff. That's right, item 43.
brought that up.
If I could just add something to that real quick, the School of Government actually does have some really good resources about how councils can evaluate their governance and ways to improve how you operate as a body. And we have all of that information as potential tools that you may want to consider.
Thank you, Natalie. Any other questions for this list? Lydia, are you good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to cover right now before we jump into today's objectives? Everybody okay to continue on? Okay, so day 2 retreat objectives. First, we want to review the 5-year financial forecast and fund balance policy. We want to discuss 5-year major capital needs and potential workforce needs. And then we'll finish up the afternoon discussing potential changes to our FY22 balance scorecard. So with that being said, I am going to turn a lot of the morning discussion right over to our financial expert, Ms. Brooke Hunter. And she's going to take my seat. I'll step aside for a little bit. So you'll want to follow along on
11 in the presentation. The PowerPoint. Yep. I know.
challenge. I can't do anything about that piece of it. Can you hear me?
Well, I checked out yesterday. You'll need to talk fairly close.
Okay. Sure. Can you hear me okay? Great. Perfect. Thanks, Jeff Batten. I'm height challenged, so you'll have to bear with me here behind the screen. I'll step over here. Anything? That should be a bit better. Wonderful. So today's, the purpose of talking through this 5-year financial forecast today is just to take a high-level look at the financials and see where our forecast is to set the scene for our discussion later on today about fund balance and the capital needs and that sort of thing. This retreat process will give senior leaders the direction that we need to develop our budget requests, as well as the IEPs, as we've talked about in great detail. So I do want to emphasize that the information that you will see on this next slide is only including information from fiscal year 2021. So that is, it basically is updating last year's plan very slightly. And I'll go through what has changed, but I want to make sure that all of our discussion here has not been incorporated, obviously, into these numbers yet. So we'll start out by talking about the methodology at a high level that's used to develop this forecast each year. In addition to our annual budget itself, the village does prepare a very detailed 5-year financial forecast, as you're well aware. We do include all revenues, operating expenditures, debt service, capital expenditures that are projected over the planning period. The plan is updated each year based on new information as it becomes available, so we do adjust these figures. The purpose of the forecast is to ensure that the village can achieve our long-term performance target levels in the balance scorecard, as well as our department scorecards, and also maintain a healthy and sustainable financial position. So all of the revenues and costs that are associated with our IAPs and our OFEs are incorporated and captured in the plan. The IAPs and our OFI worksheets include financial sections in which department heads capture that information. And we roll all of that into the plan. Revenues are forecasted on a line-by-line basis, using both historical trends. We utilize information from the North Carolina League of Municipalities for some of our state-collected revenue sources. They show, they analyze some of the trends that they're seeing, and we incorporate their recommendations into that, as well as any other available information. For example, we incorporate construction trends when we're looking at our property tax revenue estimates, as well as planning and inspections revenues. Salaries and benefits comprise over half of our budget, and they're included in operating expenditures. So it's particularly important for us to accurately forecast those because they are such a large component of our budget. Departments, they project their staffing needs over the 5-year period, as you know, and we'll discuss that in greater detail this morning. And all of those submissions, or all of the approved positions, after they've gone through the strategic planning team process, are incorporated into the plan. We also include merit raises, we include cost of living adjustments, and the required pension contribution rates that are designated for each year. All of that's incorporated into the forecast. After we adjust for any known additions or deductions from the plan, for example, if IAPs or OFIs are programmed in future years, we capture those costs. After we adjust for that, then the other operating expenditures are forecast on an inflation factor, which we use 2.5% in the past. We also consider the operating impacts of major capital purchases. So for example, installation of sidewalks or something of that nature would require some ongoing maintenance costs, and we incorporate that and capture those as well. Debt service would be included or is included in the plan normally using our loan amortization schedules. But as you know, there is no further debt remaining in the plan as it stands right now. Of course, that could certainly change based on our discussions later on. Capital expenditures are detailed out in 3 replacement schedules. We have fleet, IT, and other. Those capital assets are those that are valued at over $5,000 and have a useful life of over a year. We have standard lives that we establish for the vehicles and equipment. However, we do look at usage information as well, so mileage for vehicles or the number of hours a piece of equipment has been operated before we determine whether or not it needs to be replaced in that year. So we make adjustments as needed. So that kind of gives you a high level of how we develop it. Like I said, I do want to mention these projections that you will see are updated and refined every year during this process in a very lengthy, detailed process in February and March once we have December 31st final numbers. So we have half a year to work with. So want to at least preface the conversation by saying that. Also, the amounts that are shown today are our projections for fiscal year 21 through 25, and we've updated it for fiscal year 2026 using the same assumptions. Perfect. There we go. All right, so here is the 5-year financial forecast slide itself. As you'll see, this slide represents a condensed version of the forecast that you would see in the actual SOP book itself. These do reflect the same assumptions as fiscal year 21. It's been updated with fiscal year 2020's actual fund balance, as well as the revised population numbers that we now have projected. We also have included significant roll forward items in this general fund expenditures total. Not sure where my mouse is there, but in the $22 million. That is capturing both 3 items: the rescue truck and equipment, the land that was rolled forward from the previous year, as well as the resurfacing costs that did not get completed. And those are just 3 larger projects that are somewhat unusual or not typical necessarily for every year. So we have captured that impact under general fund expenditures. You'll see the first column there, fiscal year '21, is the current year that we're operating in now, and the 5-year forecast represents the remaining 5. Operating costs include all revenue sources that are available to the village. That includes property taxes, sales tax, permit revenue, recreation income, investment earnings, everything is included there. We do forecast that out on a line-by-line basis, so each revenue source has a different growth percentage applied to it based on a variety of information that we review and assess each year. You'll see there's a gradual increase in revenue each year, except in '24. There was a little bit of a bump, and that was related to an agreement with the U.S. Open, or related to the U.S. Open. And again, we'll assess all of this again this upcoming year to make sure everything still stands. Operating expenditures, they include the required local government employment retirement system pension rate increases. General government employees are at 10.1%, or 10.21%, excuse me, in fiscal year 2021. That's what we pay for every employee who is pension eligible. Those rates will be increasing to 11.41% in 2022, up to 12.51% in '23. Law enforcement officers are 0.75% higher than that. So just a tidbit. The gradual increase obviously places pressures on our operating side of things, so we do have to continue to monitor that. These rates can change at any point. The retirement system board has the ability to revise those, and they have in the past. But as soon as we know that information, we include it. The revenues over and under expenditures row, that calculates the raw budget numbers. So your raw revenues less your expenditures. However, we know every year that there will be variances from this. So our assumption is that we will receive 101% of budgeted revenues. We do the best we can to prepare an accurate budget and forecast for revenues. But there will always be something that comes in a little different. But we do budget conservatively and accurately. We also expect about 93% of expenditures, budgeted expenditures, to be spent, and that has been factored into this budget to actual variance, as you hear us refer to so often. The projected actual gain and loss row there captures that budget to actual variance. That's where that is incorporated. The fund balance percentage ratio is what is compared with our council adopted fund balance policy, which is right now 30 to 40%. And included in that, I want to mention, is that $1 million that was returned from the library that is incorporated into what you're seeing here. As you see across the years, we have a pretty stable fund balance percentage. We're not expecting it to decline under our current assumptions. And the last row there, estimated operating margin, that helps us measure whether or not we're living within our means from an operating standpoint. So it shows how much of our operating revenues we're spending on operating expenditures. And management's target is for an 89 to 91% ratio in that area, and that leaves 9 to 11% for us to spend on capital purchases and replacements. As you know, we paid off our remaining debt in fiscal year 2021, so there is no additional debt service included in this plan at this time. And although these projections will be adjusted, this gives us a good starting point to see sort of what were our assumptions as of last year, and we will make adjustments going forward. And this just sets the scene for our next discussion then for the fund balance component, which Natalie will assist me in covering, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you have related to these couple of slides right now. Any questions from anyone on this? Pretty straightforward. You guys have been through this a time or two, haven't you? Perfect. I'll pass it over to Natalie then for the fund balance policy discussion, and I'll be available for questions.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Yes, I can't tell that the council can
Yes.
hear me.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Just wanted to be sure. Okay, so fund balance policy, we've kind of had this on the plate to talk about for a while, and we've chatted about it over the past few years, a couple of different times. And so Brooke and I are going to tag team this. So Brooke, please feel free to chime in whenever you're ready. But I wanted to just start off with the purpose of fund balance. So the purpose of fund balance, there's really three key roles that can play. And the first is to provide cash flow when current revenues may not be available to fund current expenditures. So, as you know, we get the vast majority of our revenues are coming from property taxes. We get all of those within a very short defined period of time. However, we have expenditures throughout the rest of the year. And so sometimes fund balance is used to just make sure there's adequate cash flow. It's also the rainy day fund for emergency situations that we have to dip into if we have a hurricane or a snowstorm. Those are the typical type of emergency situations that we face. They're normally weather related. And then, of course, to save money for future capital expenditures. The village adopted the fund balance policy originally in 2003. And since that time, it has been amended twice. And one of those amendments was to take this, take our fund balance policy and add to it this measurement that we do at the end of the year as well. So the part 2 that's listed in the table below. So as you know, our fund balance policy states that when we're preparing the annual budget, that the appropriated fund balance that we use to balance the budget, if we anticipate expenditures being more than revenues, does not result in an ending fund balance that is below 30%. And then there's the target there that the total fund balance be in that range of 30 to 40%. And we'll talk about this a little bit more in the next slide in terms of some recommendations for you to consider. So the first measurement is when we're doing the budget, when Brooke's going through all of those detailed financial forecasts and coming up with the many, many spreadsheets that support the one little table that you saw just a moment ago. When she's going through all of that, we want to make sure that that fund balance is in that range, in or above that range, if you will, is how it's been handled. The part 2 measurement is something that we measure at the end of the year. So when the CAFR is presented to council, the audit has been completed, we want to make sure that we maintain an unassigned fund balance that's greater than 15% of what those actual expenditures are as reported in that CAFR. And the unassigned fund balance is there. So you could have a situation, and we're going to talk about fund balance assignments here in just a minute, but it's to make sure that there is enough rainy day funds, or we've got enough savings that are not devoted to or assigned to a specific purpose. Okay. So is everybody pretty clear about that?
So I'm just going to restate this to make sure I understand. So first of all, there was a decision made that 30 to 40% should be the range of the fund balance. And then it was said that you should, unassigned fund balance must be maintained, more than 15% should be unassigned of that fund, of that 30 to 40%.
Correct. Of the total fund balance, 15% should not be assigned to a particular purpose.
Got it?
The other distinction here is one is a projection at the beginning of the year, and the other is measured at the end of the year.
Sure.
Correct.
Right.
And what are the guidelines on that? What are the minimum requirements under statute on the fund balance?
And that I believe is on the next slide. So the minimum is 8%. So if we could just go to the next slide, somebody's going to have to move that for me.
Yep, Lauren covered it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so to your point, the North Carolina Local Government Commission bullet number 2 there at the bottom recommends a minimum fund balance of 8%, and that is the absolute bare minimum. And if you think of it this way, it's 1 month of expenditure. So if all your revenue sources dried up for whatever reason, you could operate for at least 1 month. You'd have cash flow to float you for 1 month. Our 30% is roughly 3.5 to 4 months of expenditures. Okay. So as we've thought about the fund balance over the years, I think we're on year 17 right now. I think, what Brooke and I have talked about is that we really think it might serve you better to just set a minimum as opposed to a range. When we set that range back in 2003, fund balance was a lot lower back then. And in fact, our fund balance in 2003, when we established this policy, was only $3.6 million.
Would you say that again?
Natalie, better repeat that. We had a noise here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
When we originally created the fund balance policy, our fund balance was $3.6 million in total. And as a percentage of expenditures, it was right around that 40% range. Okay, when we originally created the fund balance policy. And so what we have seen over the years, if you were to, look at the table of our fund balance and how it's changed over years, is you would see that what has happened is in the past, and as you're familiar with the community center, is that we have built up fund balance more than what was anticipated or projected in the 5-year projections. And we've kind of used that excess fund balance to fund major capital needs and like the community center and other capital in the past. So our thought is that council may want to have a discussion about modifying the fund balance policy to set a minimum as opposed to a range. And then determining where that minimum is going to take some financial analysis and some discussion about what we've got here on the future slides. So I would say right now, I wouldn't suggest you get into a deep discussion about the fund balance policy and whether 30% is or isn't the right number. But to kind of hold that discussion until after we get through the major capital needs discussion, as well as this other option for saving for future long-term capital needs, which is the establishment of a capital reserve fund. So as you're going to see here in a minute, and if you've looked through your slides, you've already seen, we do have some major capital needs in front of us. This is no different than what we've had in the past. In the past, we've had a need for a new fire station. We've had a need to develop Rossi Ricker Park. We've had a need to devote more money to resurfacing, to devote more money to stormwater. We've had a capital need to build a community center. And we've been able to effectively manage all of those capital needs in the past using this forecast that Brooke does, as well as, some fairly diligent financial oversight. So when I look at the capital needs that we have coming up in the future, in my mind, some of the price tags might be a little bit higher, but, it's nothing that we've never dealt with before, I guess is what I would say. We're accustomed to planning for, forecasting, and financing those needs so that we can continue to provide the services that our residents need and desire.
Natalie, there's no slide on comparative fund balance to our competitive set. There's no discussion about that.
I have some spreadsheets that I can share with you when I can share them on my screen that I have pulled up. Okay.
I think it's important to have that. And the question I wanted to ask relative to that
Uh-huh.
is not only does our competitive set have a higher fund balance, it excludes their capital project funds, right? So that means they have not only a higher fund balance, but they probably have capital funds for projects that's not included in their fund balance. In actuality, not only would that mean our fund balance is lower than our competitive set, it means it's a lot lower because we don't have, well, we did in the case of the community center, so that's an exception.
Right.
But we don't have a stormwater capital fund. So I'm just trying to make the point that, that if we compare our competitive set, we're not comparing apples to apples, because most of our competitive set are not only maintaining that fund balance, but also have capital, dedicated to projects. So it's probably much higher. Is
What
that a
you're
fair
talking-
statement?
How do you know
You're
that?
talking about, Kevin, is captured on page 11 and 12 under goal 9.
Okay.
Not entirely, though. I don't know that we know with certainty the degree to which these other communities also have a capital reserve fund.
Correct. And there's a
Well,
variety of
mathematically,
strategies.
mathematically, we probably do,
So
some
we just don't know what
Yeah.
we could
We
probably
have
find that information.
In
but
their
I don't think
financial
these-
statements. We could pull their financial statements to
Yeah.
see, but there's a variety of strategies that each one can use. And so I don't know that I could say X percentage of municipalities in the state of North Carolina utilize this strategy, because
Right.
they're all very different. And even the various needs for a municipality is very different. So, for example, a coastal community is very susceptible to hurricanes, or just like a mountain community would have to prepare for large snowstorms or
Right.
things of that nature. And so they would have to potentially carry a higher fund balance to accommodate those emergency situations. So we're all a little different, and we do have to kind of consider our exact scenario. That's
Right.
I think, you may have said it and I didn't hear it, but some of these other communities also have public utilities that they run.
correct.
Like
Right.
electricity, water. We don't have that.
Yeah, we
So-
run our own trash
Right.
instead.
But your point's well taken about where we are relative to the communities that we compare ourselves to.
The public doesn't understand that, and it
Right.
just seems like a missing point.
Yeah.
I
if-
also would say,
if-
yeah, we might not be in a fault line or something, but we're a 1980 municipality. That means that we had to start from a standing start 40 years ago with no infrastructure, zero infrastructure. Basically, we didn't inherit anything when we became incorporated as, like, ordinarily you'd inherit, like, the steam plant that city owned would have been owned by us, but it's not. It was owned by the resort. There was no assets really transferred. There was a little bit, and it just seems like when you look at how young our municipality is and how we had to start from a standing start in infrastructure, we have massive expenditures that older towns wouldn't have, in my opinion, that we're working over 100 years towards. We have huge infrastructure needs. So I think this puts us in a unique position that we have a lot of capital projects that I think are in the future. And I personally think this is an honest way to do it, the way we're doing it, because some people look like they have a 30% fund balance, and they really have if you include all their capital investment, that, and dedicated, it's probably 60% fund balance, so I personally think I think the public doesn't fully understand it, but I think this is an extremely honest way to do it. But I just thought it was important to make those points when
We're going to get into the
Scared.
capital needs, though, right now, I think, right? To get to that point. So
Right,
Let's
right.
get on to
but,
that.
Could I
To
ask a
Kevin's
question?
point, if I can clarify, and thank you, Jeff, for pointing council to page 11 under goal 9 in your notebooks. And if you haven't turned there, suggest that you do. But that chart right there, to your point, Kevin, shows you what our total general fund balance is as a percentage of our expenditures relative to the comparison shown there. Now, I do want to clarify that this is the general fund only, as Kevin has mentioned. So Kevin is bringing up a good point in that any one of these benchmark communities could have millions of dollars put in a capital reserve fund or a capital project fund already, but the capital project funds aren't really as relevant. The question really is, do they have capital reserve funds where they're saving money or saving fund balance, if you will?
Well, we know
So-
Southern Pines does, so in this
Yeah,
comparative,
so
we know they
to
do.
your point, I'm sorry, Kevin.
We know
Say-
Southern Pines not only has this fund balance, but has capital
Capital
project
reserve
fund.
fund? Do we
Capital
know that?
project funds, for
Capital
sure.
project
I'm not
fund.
sure about the reserve.
That's
Not
a
reserve, capital,
Project
assigned capital project fund, so we know
Let's-
for a
let me-
fact. that they do.
Let me clarify some terminology, if you will, because that's what it's important that you understand. So the general fund is where we, all of our operating revenues and expenses come out for general government services, right? Other municipalities may also have enterprise funds for utilities, water, sewer, whatever the case may be. Those fund balances are legally required to be maintained in a separate fund. So for example, when you're looking at Southern Pines, it excludes everything related to their utility operations. Same thing for any other comparison, because those revenues, expenditures, and fund balances are accounted for totally and separately in a separate fund.
To
Then
do
we
things
have-
that we don't provide.
Yes, things that we don't provide.
Whoa.
Business-type transactions.
It also
is what they
includes
are.
any capital fund on stormwater they have, or any capital fund they have on a building they have. It excludes far more than
Right,
just the
I'm trying to
utilities.
get to that. Yes, it does. Yeah. So some municipalities have stormwater utility funds established as well. Now, whether or not these comparisons here do or don't, we like Brooke said, we could pull their financial statements and be able to tell you fairly quickly. But yes, some governments also do have separate enterprise stormwater utility funds. So in addition to the enterprise fund money being set aside in a separate fund, the other tools or the other funds that are out there are capital project funds and capital reserve funds. And those are two very totally different things, okay? So the capital project fund is where you take money from your general fund, you move it aside to fund a specific capital project. We had one of those for the fire station. We've had one of those for the recent community center construction. Okay, so we saved up money in our general fund, and then we moved it over to the capital project fund to pay for that project. Okay, once it's moved, it's out of fund balance because it's designated and there's an active capital, asset being constructed or acquired. The capital reserve fund is set up solely to save money and reserve money for capital needs. Okay, so think of a capital reserve fund as just an extension of fund balance. It's just a way to set that fund balance aside or save. Does that make sense?
Yes, and thank you.
So, yeah, so it would be like you taking money from your individual checking account and just moving over to your savings account. That's the best explanation of a capital reserve fund that I can give you, okay? In total, you still have the same amount of cash. It's just in a separate bank account. For governments, it's just in a separate fund, okay?
It has to be used for capital.
But it has to be, and it comes with restrictions, and we're going to talk about those restrictions. So as you're looking at a fund balance policy, you're going to want to consider whether or not you want to establish a capital reserve fund as a way to save money, because if you do decide that you want to set up a capital reserve fund, it may impact what you want to set or modify your minimum fund balance to be, okay? Does everybody understand so far? Thumbs
So
up?
just on that point, so if you say we have a 30% fund balance, and now we want to create a capital reserve fund, that's not counted as part of the 30%?
Correct.
So
it
it'll be
is not.
incremental? Okay.
It would be incremental above and beyond.
Okay.
When we
Correct.
compare.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It would be
the
incremental above
capital
and beyond.
reserve fund could then be, if we decided not to spend it on a capital item, could be put back in the general fund?
Not for
Only to be used
operating.
for capital. So that's what I want to explain now is what is a capital fund? What are those requirements? And we might have to skip no, we don't. It's the
I
next
was under the
thing.
impression that while they couldn't be put in the general fund, they could be used towards other capital projects.
Only
Is that true?
capital.
Correct.
Only
So I want
capital.
to compare and contrast your two saving options if I can. So Brooke, if you could give me next slide. So, as we're talking about long-term capital needs and fund balance, it's really important for us to plan for those capital needs, right? And we're going to talk about the difference between fund balance and capital reserve fund here in just a second. But I really wanted to kind of start with the why. Why have a fund, why have a fund balance policy to save for capital, or why create a capital reserve fund? And when we're looking at our long-term capital needs, we're really wanting, ultimately to make sure that we're providing adequate services, and that we have the capital and the infrastructure, Kevin, like you mentioned, to be able to provide those services. Also want to make sure we're spending our taxpayer money wisely, and especially when it comes to facilities. You really want to make sure when we're planning for those capital needs that those locations and the designs are going to meet the long-term needs of the community. In other words, the risk of error is going to be much higher because we have to live with that decision for a long time. So say, for example, if we decided to put Village Hall, out Highway 5, that's a, you don't pick up and move large buildings, if you will, every couple of years. And then obviously, to facilitate economic development, do we need to put roads and sidewalks and things of that nature to make sure that we've got redevelopment or development? So when we go to the next slide, you'll see here that, as I mentioned, you really have two options to save for these capital needs that we've identified, and that we will, identify in the future. The first is to accumulate money in fund balance, which is what we've done historically. You also have the option to establish this capital reserve fund, okay? So think of it again as just opening up a savings account. If you accumulate fund balance in the general fund like we have in the past, it offers you a lot more flexibility because you can choose to use that fund balance for operational or capital needs, okay? The downside of putting it in fund balance is it can tend to get lost if you're really trying to make a concerted effort to save money for something, right? On the flip side, if you establish a capital reserve fund, it's very easily identifiable how much money you've saved because it's in a separate fund. It's in your savings account. You can easily check and see what the balance is, if you will. However, there are legal restrictions. So if we establish a capital reserve fund, the money has to be used for a capital purpose, and that restriction is in perpetuity, meaning you can never go back, take money out of the capital reserve fund and put it into the general fund and use it for operational expenses, okay? It's also a lot more formal in that in that in order to establish a capital reserve fund, you have to create or adopt a resolution or an ordinance. And that resolution or ordinance has to state certain things. And those things are shown on the next slide. Actually, the slide after that. Sorry about that. So I'll talk about those legal restrictions on the capital reserve fund here in just a minute. So if council were to choose option one, save money in fund balance, you could go a little step further and you can either assign or commit fund balance, okay, within. So when you see our financial statements, our quarterly financial statements that Brooke prepares and that are, you know, in our CAFR as well, it has fund balance and it has it broken down into certain categories in the financial statements. And some of those categories are assigned fund balance, committed fund balance, and as we talked about just a few minutes ago, unassigned fund balance, right? So these set-asides are two ways where you can continue to accumulate savings in the general fund, but actually set them aside for a specific purpose. If you choose to assign fund balance, you just simply say, you know, by motion or whatever the case may be, I want to set aside $1 million of X for X, you know, $1 million of our fund balance for X, Y, or Z purpose. That's an assignment. You can also commit it. Commitment is a little bit higher of a formal procedure, if you will. And then to commit fund balance, you would adopt a resolution committing a certain amount of fund balance to a particular purpose, okay? And that commitment is then removed when that purpose has been met, or council could come back and say, we've changed our minds, we want to use that fund balance for something else, and let's uncommit that amount of money, okay? So when you're looking at your two options of accumulate in fund balance or set up a reserve. Now, if you choose option number one to keep it in fund balance, you can keep it in fund balance as it is now, or you can assign or commit it. Okay?
Natalie or Brooke, with regard to option one, what is the methodology by which council designates assigned fund balance?
I believe you can do it just by motion because it does not require a resolution.
But it would somehow be carried in our 5-year plan as an assignment of those funds.
In the 5-year plan, and keep in mind too, the 5-year plan, we're just evaluating it based on that 30 to 40% range or whatever that category is set. And so it would still be included as part of the 30 to 40% range, again, as an example, based on what we currently have.
I would expect that somewhere in the
CAFR,
descriptors.
exactly. In my quarterly financial statements that I prepare for you, I will designate it there, so you'll see it there. And also in the CAFR document as well, at the end of the year, it would be noted as an assigned fund balance component.
A footnote rather than a line item?
It'll actually be broken out. You'll be able to see that number when you look at the category of fund balance broken down. We have, you know, non-spendable for our inventory, for example, any restricted funds we have, all of that's listed. There'll be a category specifically for assigned, and it'll list any designations you have.
Right. Now, Natalie, Brooke, would this be a point to remind us how we handled the library $1 million, how we classified it, unless you can get it, and also define a little further this issue of restricted versus unrestricted. I recall working with Natalie a few years ago on this, but I think that's another kind of designation we need to understand when we're talking about fund balance, right?
Okay.
So
Brooke,
how did we classify library and then the restricted, unrestricted issue definition?
Sure. So the library funds, we discussed whether or not we wanted to include it as an assignment or a commitment. At the time, council, we didn't proceed with formally committing these funds. I think it was widely known that that's what these funds were going to be used for the community center. Is that what you're referring to? The
library funds, actually.
Library funds, yes, thank you.
It came out of
we did the same thing with the community center as well. Like we were continuing to save funds in fund balance, and it just stayed as unassigned for the community center, and nothing was specifically identified at that time. Same with the library. We have not formally moved forward with an assignment or a commitment of fund balance for the library at this time. It is sitting in the unassigned fund balance category to be used after having this retreat. That was the main purpose. We wanted to make sure that you all had the opportunity to discuss all the capital needs so that you could make the decision on where you would like to assign or commit funds, if that's how you choose to
But
set
for a
aside.
while,
those.
you kind of showed us what this would look like because you separated it
Yes.
out.
Right,
The $1
right,
million, so you kind of visually
right.
showed us what this would look like on a financial
Right.
report.
Yeah.
Because you did separate out the million.
Right, just to show you the impact of that, since it was a one-time thing. It skewed the numbers in one year, and of course, it's running through the remainder of the plan. So you're right. In the past, we provided you with 2 different fund balance scenarios showing the impact that $1 million that was returned from the library, how that impacted fund balance. That's right. Now, in terms of restrictions on fund balance, so there are a variety of categories, as we mentioned, of fund balance. The most restricted, there's a restricted category that is restricted by an external party, so one that the village has no control over. So for example, when we receive funds for equitable sharing in the police department, that has to be used for a particular purpose. If we don't spend them in the fiscal year, then at the end of the year, we have to report those funds as restricted. We have to use them for whatever the grant or whatever the program tells us we can use it on. So that's the highest level of restriction. There's also a category of non-spendable, and that's just your inventory and prepaid assets that you can't touch. Or you can't, there's no money assigned it, you can't spend it. Then we have those various categories that we've mentioned here. Commitment is the next level, and that's by the highest governing body at the unit. So you all commit it. The only way to uncommit something is by the same type of transaction. So if you do a resolution, for example, then you would have to approve a resolution to uncommit those funds. You couldn't just say next year, yeah, we don't want to do that. There has to be a formal transaction by you all in the form of resolution or ordinance. Then that next level, the next level below that is assigned. That's just something you all say, we would like to move forward with assigning funds for this purpose. Less formal, doesn't require resolution necessarily. And then your last category is unassigned. Everything else to be used for any purpose that you deem necessary. Does that help a little bit? Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Let me
and I
ask a
think
quick
you're also
question.
saying, go ahead, Lydia, please.
I'm looking at, thanks, John. I'm looking at last year's financial statements, or the ones we just got, and is in assigned, we've got subsequent years expenditures for 1.6 million.
Yes.
What is that? What is that? Maybe that will help me understand this assigned category better.
It's a budget roll forward.
That is our,
Okay.
the subsequent year's expense, that's our fund balance appropriated. So if you look at our budget ordinance for 21, that's the number that we have essentially plugged to balance the budget. Does that make sense?
It's back to that 101%.
Exactly, exactly.
Right.
We've already considered in our budget actual variance of the 101% of revenues and 93% of expenditures. That's right.
Oh, I wish I'd had that in business.
So is that 1.6 a plug, or is it an actual breakdown, an actual?
Let me explain it like this, Lydia. So for example, if we project expenditure, I'm going to use round numbers. If we project our expenditures next year, let's say, are going to be $10 million, but our revenues coming in are only going to be $9 million. We have a fund balance appropriated.
Got it.
1 million, which is the plug, right?
Got it.
And appropriated fund balance is what's reflected in that financial statement. So the 8 million?
Okay.
That's how
1.6.
much money of savings, fund balance, we plan to, that we budgeted to use in this fiscal year. With
And
that
the point
said,
Judy was making, I
budget
think, was
action.
that that's not the way it, in the end, at the end of the year, that's not the way it turns out because of our budget to actual
Right.
variances.
Right. It's a legal
Correct.
requirement for reporting standards. It's a gap or generally accepted accounting principle that we have to report it that way. But we know that we're not going to use $1.6 million to
A
fund
balance,
operations.
yeah.
Right.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am.
I think the only clarification I was going to try to confirm was that the categories that you were describing of what I called restricted, and you gave all that, those are non-capital related types of expenditures, I think. Otherwise, they'd be in one of the capital
In a
buckets.
capital project fund?
Yeah.
Right. If you look in capital project funds, all of the fund balance that's remaining in a capital project fund is considered an assignment. It's either assignment or commitment. You'll have to forgive me. I can go check my financial statements there. But basically, anything that is in a capital project fund is already being assigned or committed for that purpose. So you're right. It's not included in the general fund.
Yep.
So it's outside of the general fund in
I
its
don't think
own
that's the
separate
question
column.
John's asking, Brooke. I think we're referring back to that 1.6 or $8 million, whether or
Right.
not that can be used for capital, and it can.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Can I ask a couple?
it's being used to balance the budget.
That's right.
But
It's not
the-
specifically tied to anything, and
I understand the plug number, I understand what that is.
Yeah.
It was, maybe it's not important, but it's a question that you talked us through all the different capital budgets that we could use.
Right.
Natalie's working on that right now. But then I ask about the restricted and the unrestricted portion of the general fund. And you walked us through some of the things and how that works. So my assumption is that the unrestricted stuff is non-capital related. Is that correct or
The
not?
unassigned is whatever is available for you all to use for any purpose.
Right.
So you could.
include
you could-
capital.
Right, could be capital, could be operating. It's just available for free use, no restrictions. It's what you have available then to work with for the upcoming budget year, essentially.
Good. Jane?
Thanks. I had a couple questions on the ins and outs of the fund balance. So the $1 million that we got back from the library is now in our general fund.
Correct.
It took us, I don't know, 7 years to make that happen, but anyway. But there it is now. So when we look at the amount of the fund balance, that reflects this sort of, windfall's the wrong word, but it's this piece of money
One-time.
that we got, not because we were saving as we went along. It doesn't reflect the excess of revenues over expenditures. It's this, so if we back that out, what's our fund balance? Just so that we understand how much we're making. And then I have a similar question. If we didn't raise taxes the way it showed on the little chart we just looked at each year, what would our fund balance be in 2025 or 2026?
Okay. I can answer the first.
Because I think it's helpful for us to understand, sort of what's our baseline. If we are just bringing in the same amount of revenues as we have now, and the expenditures the way we expect them to go, where would we come out with fund balance? Because do we look a little richer with fund balance than we really?
there's layers to that cake.
And, yeah, well, and I've got a couple more layers I just want to throw out there.
Can I ask something, Jane? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your second question to Brooke. I just want to make sure I get it.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. If we didn't
that's
raise
okay.
taxes, if the mill rate didn't go up a little bit every year, if it stayed at 0.30, then where would our general fund be?
Yeah, we have not done that analysis. We
Okay.
certainly, we don't
Well,
have that.
I'd be interested to know. And then the police ledgers have a much lower discount rate for calculating the pension liability. They have 3%, whereas the general ledgers is, I think, 7%, right? So if our pension demand were to go up, either because the general ledgers changed their discount rate to 3% or whatever, what kind of impact, what are we talking about, an amount of expenditures that we'd have to pay out to meet that? Because that, I think, is something we should understand the answer to. And my last one is, looking in Goal 9, on page 10, the assessed value per square mile, and you look at fiscal year 14 and you go along, and it gets, And then in fiscal year 20, 215 something. Fiscal year 21, it drops to 204.
That
And
was
then-
something you all identified in
It
the.
has not been updated based on
In the
this year's
retreat.
knowledge yet.
Right,
Okay.
right. You all identified that in the pre-retreat as well. I have that page flagged that we'll have to adjust those numbers based on actual.
Okay, and how about pages 8 and 9, where we're looking at per capita revenues and per capita expenditures?
Same
And
thing.
again,
It's the same thing. We haven't updated those numbers based on
okay,
where we are right now in our knowledge this year.
because I think when you start to manipulate all those pieces of information, you get down to, I'd be interested to get down to a point where we really understand how much money is coming in and how much we have to spend just in order to keep going.
That's what this is.
Well,
Yeah.
But
but if we, yeah, anyway.
Right.
So,
Let me
I just want to make sure that I understand what our general fund balance, or the ability of us to keep generating general fund balance year by year really is in the face of some of these other possible liabilities or,
I mentioned that there's layers to that cake, and that's coming up in future slides, but
Correct,
that's
that is
another way
right.
to put it.
I
I
do-
like that one better.
You had a couple of other questions there, Jane, I'd like to speak to
No,
you.
that's it for now.
Okay. You
Thank you.
mentioned library percentage though. What percentage is, would the library be? It's around
What-
4.5% of total fund balance, that $1 million.
Okay.
That's where it has historically been in the past. I haven't run the numbers based on these exact things, but I think what we shared with you all in
I'm not sure if
2020
the
was-
characterization was really accurate, though, and whether or not we call that savings or not calling it savings. It really, it is savings because it's something that we
we scrolled.
saved in the past and allocated for some other use, and then it came back to us. So it genuinely is savings.
You know, that's true, but what it doesn't show is, as we rattle along year by year,
As you're gonna see in a future
As we-
slide that
as
as
we-
we
yeah.
rattle along year by year, on average, we add $1.5 million more to our fund balance than we project in our annual budgeting.
And also, something
That is
that's,
correct.
really,
something
Yes.
that's missing
Yeah.
here.
are we,
That's that delta. That's why you have to understand the math
Okay,
of a municipality's budget.
so this is interesting. So we actually are bringing in 1.5 billion a year more
On average,
than we have
We
need
don't
to spend
budget to
in
spend
order
it
to
all.
just,
over the last
Keep
6
going.
years or so anyway, that's been our history.
Because they're underspending on expenditures.
because then the question eventually arises, are we overtaxing?
Or are we saving for future capital needs?
Well, that's a good question, but I mean,
I honestly think we need some perspective now. I'm probably not the guy to do it, the staff here is, but we're in debt up to our ears at 20 years ago. We didn't have a dime to our name. To say that we haven't saved money to get to this point would be absolutely inaccurate. We are benefiting from a well-managed council that was in the hole, and I don't know the exact dates, but of when we got in this healthy position, but this was a lot of work of future councils. Frankly, I inherited a good financial position, so I can't take any credit whatsoever.
I think there's some room for perspective on tax rates as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, if
I
I
certainly don't want to be characterized as advocating for higher taxes, because that's just not where I come from personally, but it wasn't that long ago that our tax rate was 35 cents.
Yeah. And
So
it
in
moved
the more
down.
recent years, we've had a trend upward, back toward that 35 cents, but we're not there yet. It's not projected in our future in his 5-year plan. And we've been in a worse tax rate situation than we are now.
I will add to that. 20 years ago, our tax rate was 31 cents. It is lower today than it was 30 years ago, or 20 years ago, excuse me.
Just perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will clarify, I think when you saw my recommended fund balance policy, I think in the 20 years that I've been at the village, what I have seen happen is that we budget conservatively, obviously, because by law, we cannot go over budget. So, we have to budget a budget to actual variance. Otherwise, we can get in some statutory trouble. So that's just a nature of government finance. That is something we really can't control or do anything about. But as Jeff mentioned, when we look at what's happened to our fund balance over the last several years, and I ran an analysis going all the way back to 2014, excuse me. And when we look at that, every year we prepare a 5-year forecast, we prepare an annual budget, and I have never known us to be worse off than what we budgeted. In 20 years, we've never been worse off than how we budgeted. We have always been better off. And again, that's because...
Can I just take a pause there? Because this notion about whether or not we should be trusting the 5-year projections and this fear that we're going to wind up worse, it's just never turned out that way.
Never.
No, I'm not suggesting we're going to turn off worse. I'm just trying to understand if we stripped everything down to the basic, how much money are we bringing in at this point over and above what we ordinarily spend?
Right.
That's the purpose
And so
of
the answer
something.
seems to be 1.5 million a year.
Yeah.
That's
It's
helpful
on
to know.
average 1.5 million a year. That is correct. That is correct. So when I look at our fund balance policy, I look at our tax rate, historically, in doing those analysis, we have always managed the village's finances in a way such that we do not have fluctuating tax rates to deal with one-time major capital needs. Okay, so we've tried to establish a tax rate at a level that funds our operations, generates incremental revenue every year as the tax base expands and gets larger. But at the same time is enough that we've got some ability to set aside and save some money so that we have major capital expenditures, for example, like the community center, that we're able to do that. So I remember in our Baldrige site visit interview, when I came to work for the village 20 years ago, I may have told you this too. We couldn't buy a fire truck without financing it. We were leasing police cars because we couldn't buy police cars. And so trying to get us to the point to where some of those expenditures we're able to fund with cash has required, like I said, good financial management and setting the tax rate at a level so that it's not going to fluctuate from year to year. And so that's really what we've been able to do. So what's resulted is we've had kind of this, the result is we have saved money, but it has not been intentional, meaning we haven't specifically said, we have a goal to save X number of dollars towards this future capital need that we know we have out there in several years. So what I'm suggesting you consider is answering that question. When you look at the future capital needs that we have, do you as a council want to intentionally and deliberately save money and set it aside over a period of time in order to fund those future significant capital needs. And so that's why we're having, this discussion.
So how much money do we have saved up now?
Let me go to the
Money
next
over the
slide.
15%.
Let me, if you would, let me get through option
Okay.
number 2, and then we'll get to numbers.
All right.
All right? So you can save that money if you want to intentionally save money for a future capital need. You can save it in fund balance, or you can establish this reserve fund. And per North Carolina general statutes, you must do that by a resolution or an ordinance. As I mentioned, it can only be used for capital needs, no operating needs, even if you decide to close the fund and bring it back into the general fund. So the 4 requirements outlined in the statutes are, you have to state the purpose. So the capital purpose for which the fund is created. Now, you can create one capital reserve fund and use it to fund multiple capital purposes, but you have to list each purpose separately. Okay, and those purposes are the purposes that are capital needs for which a local government is authorized to issue bonds. Okay, so we're authorized to issue bonds for buildings, for roads, for stormwater, whatever the case may be. So we would classify or need to define the purpose. You're also required to identify the approximate amount of time or period of time during which you plan to accumulate and expend those funds for each of the purposes that are listed. So for example, in simplicity's sake, you want to put money aside to, let's just say, relocate the public services complex, okay? You can say that's the purpose, but you also need to say, when you create this capital reserve fund, I'm going to save money. We're going to save money for 3 years. We're going to save X dollars, per year for this purpose. It also requires us to identify the approximate amounts to be accumulated for each purpose. So you might say, over the course of 5 years, we want to save a grand total of $3 million, whatever the case is. And then finally, you have to identify the revenue sources that are intended to be allocated to the reserve fund to fund each of those purposes. So you could have, you could say, I'm going to do a percentage of property tax revenues to fund this purpose. You might say, I'm going to fund another purpose for with excess fund balance, say, for example.
And we had a lot of discussion earlier this week about that word purpose.
Purpose, right.
Literally, you could interpret purpose legally to mean a project. You could interpret a purpose to mean a category of types of capital, or you could interpret purpose to mean a group of categories of types of capital. It really is, it's however you define the language is okay.
Right. So if this is an option that you want to consider, we would, of course, based on the particular purpose that you determined, we would make sure we crafted that resolution or ordinance in compliance with this law.
And would you specify for each, if you had a multiple capital purposes, would you then specify a revenue source for each one? Or can they be combined, or what's
The revenue source has to be identified per purpose.
per purpose? Okay.
Combined. They cannot be combined. Okay. So you've got formal ways of saving money, intentionally setting it aside for a future need. You also have informal ways. So the capital reserve fund is going to be the most formal, the most legally restrictive option that's available to you. If we can go to the next slide, we're going to, I think, start.
Now, may I ask a question?
Sure.
And maybe it's too early to ask this question. Right now we've got the 30% to the 40%, and within that we fund capital projects. If we did something like this, would we and maybe this sort of goes to what Kevin was saying, lower the percentage that we kept in the general fund, but but that would be supplemented or augmented by the funds that would go into this other restricted or however restricted fund.
I'd hope not.
Well, I don't know, it's just a question. I mean, if we're gonna, it's just a question.
No, I think it is a valid point. I mean, if we remove the future capital requirements piece of why you would have a general fund balance, then really all that's left is the rainy day fund, for
Correct.
case situations. And so I think you can make an argument that your policy might suggest a lower threshold or lower acceptable level.
Likely.
And if you didn't.
Right, you likely would leave some of your routine purchases, like all of your vehicles, which probably would add up to a significant amount each year. You would likely leave those in the general fund. Otherwise, you're just putting it in there, taking it back out, putting it in there, taking it back out each year because it's an annual occurrence that we purchase vehicles or that sort of thing.
Right.
And so you would still want to maintain a sufficient amount of fund balance to fund those routine capital purchases, I would recommend.
I would recommend the same, Brooke. I think when we're talking about capital reserve funds right now, we're talking about major capital projects.
That would likely qualify for a capital project fund in the
Eventually,
future.
yes.
In the future, correct.
I go back-
We're talking about buildings and facilities primarily that would be appropriate for a capital reserve fund.
I go back to our competitive set, that's not how they do
Yep.
it. They still keep high cash reserves in the general fund and accumulate capital projects.
Yeah.
I think we could chew gum and whatever at the same time. I think we have the opportunity to do both.
Yeah.
I disagree.
that's
I disagree with making us susceptible to the whims of the marketplace and not honoring what our competitive set does.
Well, we have our own policy, though, and we clearly created that for a reason.
Well, I know, but if we start a capital fund, it's an excuse to have a lower cash reserve. I disagree with it. I disagree with it 100%.
Kevin, I'm not at all suggesting that we need to lower our capital, what we're saving. It's just how we put it on our balance sheet.
Yeah, you're right, okay.
Right. It's just
trying
how
to
you
find
put it.
out
in the
what the
balance
different
sheet.
pieces are.
Okay, I'm
need
sorry.
a
I
deeper
thought I
dive
heard
on
that,
this.
I thought I heard
Okay.
Jeff, you were saying that.
I
Weren't you saying?
said it would make sense to, if you had a capital reserve fund, to accept a lower threshold in your general fund balance policy than if you didn't,
Lower than their competitive set?
lower than if you didn't.
Right.
Right, not comparing with other units and what other units do, just
Right.
as a general blanket statement.
Right,
Other towns have other
yeah.
needs.
Can hear you.
So the point,
I couldn't
I'm
hear
sorry.
Jane's comment.
Other towns have other kinds of needs.
correct, correct. So for example, I'm just going to use numbers right now. We have a fund balance policy that's a range of 30 to 40. You could say, and this is why we're recommending, in part why we're recommending minimum, is you could say, well, I'm going to keep a minimum of, let's just say the minimum you set is what it is today, 30, right? If the minimum's 30, then anything above 30, you could move over to the capital reserve and say that's just designated solely for this future need that we know we're gonna have. You can raise fund balance. You can raise that minimum if you want. But if you decide to set up a capital reserve fund, to Jeff's point, it may impact what that minimum threshold is that you want in the general fund. So let's talk about ways that we could be a little more intentional than what we've been in the past. And those are identified here. So you can either say, for example, you could designate a percentage or a flat dollar amount of any one individual revenue source, be it sales tax, be it property tax, anything like that. Or alternatively, you could designate a flat dollar amount or a percentage of any fund balance that's in excess of whatever this minimum threshold is that you established, and today that's 30%. So you could say, if we have any excess fund balance at the end of the year, we're gonna move over X dollars of it. Or you could say, we're gonna move over a certain percentage of it. So I think those are strategies that council could consider if you do want to intentionally save money for future capital needs.
Natalie or Brooke, let me ask one quick question about capital reserve fund. Would there be a reason, or can we, or should we, if you have a capital reserve fund and you establish a specific project to move, would you then move money from capital reserve fund into a capital project fund specifically?
Right.
Yes.
Yes, you would move those funds
Yes.
out and use it for the purpose in which it was intended. Yep.
Just like the community center, right?
Correct.
Right.
That was set up, though, straight out of the fund balance.
Right, it
I'm
was,
just-
you're right.
Exactly.
I'm just asking if that would be the process, if you have a
execution.
capital reserve fund and we want to then say, okay, we're going to build the public service facility, we're going to move then some of that money out of there into a capital project fund.
Right, when the
Which part?
project is determined to proceed
Further
and, right,
restriction.
and want to be funded, and
Right.
council makes that determination, then a budget ordinance would be required to establish the capital project fund, and that capital project fund then houses all of the expenditures associated with building a building, for example. Yep, good question.
But what I don't understand is, in a general capital reserve fund, you still have established a date and time frame, just like a regular capital?
A
committed
general, this is for the saving of it, so it'd be before you
I know,
kind of
but-
make,
But then you're going to load multiple projects in it. It'd almost be easier to have specific capital funds
you
where you
could.
know the time frame. You know.
You could do multiple capital reserve funds.
I think that is a much better choice than this,
It's
It just
having to
removes,
create this bundle.
I think you can
just
clearly.
removes flexibility.
I
Yeah.
think, well, I think you could clearly define it in your capital reserve fund to keep them separate. That's what it's requiring for you to, determine the time for each, the amount for each, not as a whole. And so if you want to establish it for multiple purposes, I would still recommend using one capital reserve fund if that's palatable, because you're still tracking each individual
Yeah, but
purpose
how would you
separately.
create it? Okay.
But it wouldn't reach the level of a capital project fund until you are actually pulling the trigger and saying, we're moving forward with this project and we're going to budget for it and move money from, this fund to fund this project.
I missed something. I guess I now remember Natalie saying that each
Yeah.
thing
Yeah,
has to have
each
its own
purpose.
parameters. Then I guess it works mentally in my head, but no way you could do it.
Right, not in a lump sum,
Yeah.
Yeah,
dump it
no,
in there, no. It would still be very defined.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe not. I made the observation before that your purpose could be defined as a wide range of types of capital. I think it's also true that your time frame could be very wide in general.
But you
long as you
couldn't ever
define it
put
that way.
You
It's-
could never put it back into the
For the general fund.
You
Yeah.
could put it towards
ordinary
capital
expenditures,
projects.
no.
Yeah,
Operating
so
expenses, no.
You'd want to make sure that
So you
your
lose that
horizon,
flexibility.
your expenditure horizon ensured that it could be expended.
Can I get an
But if you-
education on, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I get an education on what is in a capital project, I think I know on the top end. There's this stuff in the middle.
In a capital project
Yeah,
fund?
what wouldn't be considered like, streetscape improvement? Would that,
Literally anything, we spent some time reviewing this earlier this week.
Yeah.
Literally anything that would qualify to be defined as capital
yeah.
by the general statute language that we operate under,
She said
could
something.
qualify to be purchased through a
Bond.
capital projects or reserve fund.
Well, she said
but
a
really-
bond, and I thought that was a higher level.
Turns out it
In my
really is.
mind, what capital is.
It turns out
Yeah,
it really
if I
isn't.
can-
Yeah.
If I
You
can
can buy a police
clarify,
car.
You could
With a
buy,
bond.
that's right, you can buy a car
bond. You can
with
issue
a bond.
bonds to buy a police car under the state.
You really can't?
Under the North
I did
Carolina
not-
general
okay.
statutes.
That's what I didn't understand, Jeff.
You didn't either.
We didn't need, we didn't
So
either.
really.
We looked that
When we
up.
say capital, all capital needs could be.
Yes.
It is very broad.
And to
There
me,
might be something at the very, very low end that we're missing there, but.
Well, that's fine,
It's a
but-
page-long description of things that you could
I
issue
see-
a bond for, so.
I see so many capital expenditures in the future of the village of Pinehurst that I see absolutely no problem with restricted funds to capital. We have nothing but capital needs. The fact that it can't be put back in the general fund is of no consequence to me, because, we have so many capital needs. So I think the issue for me is our competitive set not only has a fund balance, they do have a capital project fund, and I think that's the only place the rubber hits the road with me. I'm a little concerned why we can't be physically healthy and raise money.
I think our full complement of reserve fund policies should meet our needs. We should be informed by what other communities do, but at the end of the day, it should meet our needs.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah, I think it's very helpful in all cases to have comparisons to our different groups of peers. But again, I think Pinehurst, as we always like to say, is a little unique, and we know what we're doing, I think. And to keep it to what serves ourselves and the public is what I think we need to be driven by.
And we're
I
not
think Natalie
relying-
wants to come back to us and maybe get us along, because
Yeah.
if we turn the page,
Yes.
I think we're going to
Yes.
start to talk eventually about some specific
numbers.
examples that may help define what's a reserve fund, what's a capital fund,
Right.
what's a general fund
Right.
from there. Isn't that
Right.
the intention, Natalie?
It is.
But
It is.
I'm just telling you, the capital reserve fund that we have, I'm sorry,
General fund?
our general fund protected us well through this crisis. We had this crisis this year, and it allowed us to make some decisions that we wouldn't have been allowed to make.
And for
Without-
example, we haven't used a penny of it.
I know, but it
Right.
gave us the confidence, it gave us the confidence to get through
Right.
this crisis, and just don't forget that.
Well, we also aligned, we had our budget, but then right after that, we agreed to basically ratchet back expenditures to what we knew would be our revenues, which is principally from property tax.
Right.
And then we left the general sales tax fluctuate, and until we knew what that was going to be, to put that back in. So
we would have
fund
ratcheted a
balance
lot farther
certainly
back.
helped, but we went on. Let's see what Natalie's got here.
No, we just
Yeah.
would have come out less ahead, not farther back.
There you go. Less ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, less ahead and absent further back.
Yeah.
With all that said, I do think that, it is important for us to benchmark our financial performance, and that provides some insights. But again, like Jeff said, at the end of the day, we need to do what, we need to set our policies for what the needs are for our community and given our specific, situation. I will say that the 30% minimum has served us extremely well over the last 20 years. We have been able to increase our fund balance from 3.6 to $11.5 million in that time period. And I just, it has worked for us. It's not too much, it's not too little. So I think, it's important whenever you're deciding what that range needs to be, is there's a sweet spot, right? So too little, and we've got a little concern that we might not have enough if we were to have an emergency situation, or if an unexpected opportunity came along that council wanted to take advantage of, we'd want to be able to have that money there so that you could take advantage of that unexpected opportunity. At the same time, you don't want to hold too much, right? That might indicate that the tax rate is one that, could be lower to support operational needs. The question of how much we need is dependent on a lot of things, and it's not just capital. But it's something that we need to consider, I think, seriously. So when we look at our historical analysis of our operating expenditures, our fund balance. I tried to make it as simple as possible for you here, and as Jeff's already let the cat out of the bag, we do typically
Just couldn't wait.
see another $1.5 million on average each year added to fund balance above what we project. That projection including that budget to actual variance, okay? So we project fund balance with a budget to actual variance already factored in. This is $1.5 million above that number, okay? And a lot of, factors go into this in terms of our operating expenditures. We've historically budgeted that we spend 95% of what we budget. This year, we lowered that to 93%. And when we look at our historical actual expenditures to original budget expenditures, we're closer to 90, 92. So that's part of what's contributing and generating this extra $1.5 million. So at the end of the day, we estimate that in roughly 6 months from now, our fund balance position will be roughly $11.8 million. Okay. If we take, if we look at that number and we say, okay, and this is hypothetical, if you were to keep your policy the same and 30% is the minimum, if we were to, so of that 11.8 million, 5.2 million is the minimum. That means that in 6 months from now, we project we would have $6.6 million above that minimum available for one-time capital needs.
Is that the 15% minimum or the 30% minimum?
30%.
30% minimum. Yep, the 30% minimum. So I, right now, today, when we end this year, I would feel comfortable saying that you have about $6.5 million of fund balance that you could spend on a capital need next year or in the 5-year period and still comply with your current fund balance policy.
Natalie, I think this total that you've got here is missing FY '21.
It's not, it's built into the estimated fund balance.
At 6/30/21.
Yeah,
I'm starting at
She added
6/30/21.
that. So if you look back at my financial forecast slide that I went through, it shows a
Oh,
projected fund
that's right,
balance
yeah.
of
It would be 1.5 million
higher than that.
higher than what we estimated in '21, okay.
Right, that's already built in, yep. Good
Well,
point.
you're
It's
either
built in
going to put that extra 1.5 in the 22 to 26 category, or you're going to put it in, we've already got it at
already there, yeah.
6/30/21. You can't have it both.
Right.
Are you able to, do you have this spreadsheet where you could plug in 40%, see what it looks like, or?
Sure.
I was just curious how dramatic it changes if it stays at 30 to 40%. I think 30 to 40% has served us well.
That's simple. I mean, what's 10% of our
Well, I just thought it would
budget?
affect some future numbers too, so I thought if she had it in a spreadsheet. But
No, it wouldn't affect the
Really a
future numbers. It's
one-time
just it's just that top line, that 6.6 million
Would
would
go
drop
down.
down by 10% of our budget.
that's
It would
not
go
much.
down to
That's not much.
8.8.
Well, it's six,
That's not much to
Excuse me,
keep
here,
in our
though.
34, and then
It would
anything
go
above
down to
40
8.
goes into capital. I'm just trying to make sure
It would-
that we stay in a nimble position. And then we're still lower than our competitive set by 16 points. And
Yeah, we don't
I'm
know
okay with it
we
because
don't
of the
know
capital.
with detail to what degree each one of those
Yeah,
comparison communities that we have the data on
yeah.
has a capital reserve fund or
Well,
something
we
else.
don't, Southern Pines does, so.
I'm not sure if they have a reserve.
I mean, they have a capital
Have
fund
capital
towards
projects.
projects.
They do
yeah.
have capital project funds. I'm not sure
I'm
about the
sorry,
reserve
that's
piece.
To build
Uh,
something, so that's
James-
already,
Just
that's
being
beyond, that's
technical.
after, that's a decision that's afterward. So
Right,
Yeah.
right. That's not their savings
We had a capital
process.
project, we have a capital project fund too, and it was much bigger a couple years ago,
But
so.
I mean, our policy right now is 30 to 40%. I mean, that's what it is. And if anything above 40 went into capital, we'd still be extremely physically healthy, and
Correct.
it would barely make an impact on this capital raise.
Yeah.
So I'm absolutely for this, but I just
So let
want
me-
us to stay in the 30 to 40% range.
Okay, to answer your question, Kevin,
Yeah.
if line 2, right there, was amount of fund balance in excess of 40% instead of 30, the 5.5 million or 5.2 million number turns to 3 million. So your excess fund balance for one-time capital needs would be $3 million. Okay?
So it's,
So the bottom line, it would be 12 million versus 14 million.
Correct.
I mean, I
You'll be-
just thought it was worth
It's a
How do you
$2
get
million
12 million? Oh, above.
Just subtract 2
Oh, the
million.
three-
I thought it-
14
3
million.
million replaces, I'm sorry, 3 million replaces 6615 or 5254?
I thought it'd have a lower impact than that. I didn't know it'd have that.
If you change 5254 to something closer to 3 million, then the 6.6 is something closer to 4.6, and the bottom line number is something closer to 12 million as well. Just
Correct.
I see that it still is a strong capital fund, and we're not sacrificing a fund balance policy.
2.2 million swing.
Well, we haven't recommended, or you haven't decided on a capital fund. We're just suggesting that
Well, I
it looks
agree with-
like we
I'm
have.
saying I agree with
Yeah, we have the
this.
capacity to, yeah.
I'm saying I
Yeah.
agree with this
And
concept.
with that said, if I can, you do not have to make this decision today. It's the first time you're seeing this information. If we want to absorb it, talk about it at a work session, I can run different scenarios or variances. I can give you some detail of what 30, 35, 40 looks like. We're happy to do that. So I really just,
Great work.
yeah, my point today is I just want you to try to understand what your options are. I want to help explain
And,
how you intentionally save money if that's what you wanted to do.
and then maybe more relevant to, the discussions that we are having today it gives you a snapshot about, in terms of what our capacity is for future capital projects.
Correct. And I think
Lots
we're
of
going to get to
capacity.
that
Yeah.
on the next
I
slide.
I think the issue has been well outlined, Natalie, and
Thank
I wasn't anticipating we'd make a policy today decision, because I think we need to mull
Right.
this around quite a bit more. I'll also point out that at current interest rates, there's always debt.
Yeah,
We don't have to do everything through fund balance. And as
Exactly.
we get into a
Nice
list of
segue.
projects.
Yeah, I mean,
That's coming up too.
that's what I think too.
We,
It's
where,
free.
Natalie and Brooke, where are you in the kind of list of your presentation? Do we have a little bit more you want to do, and then we
Pretty
should take a
far.
break, or what?
Yeah, I think if I could get through just a little bit more and we could take a break if that's okay.
Let's do it.
So this next slide right here is where you collectively as a senior leadership team, we've tried to identify capital that's included currently in the 5-year forecast and the amount of money that we've put in there for that, as well as amounts not included in the forecast. So I think I might have a mistake here in my far right-hand column total, but you can see right now, we have $9.5 million in the 5-year capital forecast for major capital needs. That includes walkways, sidewalks, West Pinehurst Park development that you discussed yesterday. And should that amount come out in the future forecast, that would be available for something else. Streetscape improvements that we talked about, road resurfacing, sometimes council likes to refer to that as capital, although it's not an official capital classification. And then we also have another $1.4 million in there for stormwater improvements. And all of these numbers are listed on the OFI worksheets that you have gone through with Lauren already. So
And
you
just
can
for
see-
clarification, Natalie kind of said this, but that 9.5 million is money that would not need to be funded by that 12 to 14 million that we showed you on the
Correct.
previous slide, because it's already built
Correct.
into the plan.
Already in your operating
Oh.
budget.
9.5 million is already in the plan. So what you're looking at in terms of
Mi-
capital.
Minus potentially the West Pinehurst Park based on yesterday's.
Right, but for now, it's there.
Yeah.
We understand what you're saying.
Yeah, for now it's there. So the amounts that are not included anywhere in the forecast, these are needs that we've identified, but we've not programmed them in yet. What we've got here is a very rough order of magnitude cost estimate for you, okay? None of these have been really priced out, anything like that. I can explain where the basis of these estimates came from for each of them individually, but in total, we are looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 to $20 million of capital needs. And not all of these capital needs maybe necessarily even fall within the 5-year forecast. So I think that's something for council to also think about. So what I'm not trying to say that we need to figure out how to spend $20 more million. I'm saying is there are some capital needs that we know that are out there. They're not programmed in. And I believe our challenge is going to be determining how we want to pay for capital needs, which capital needs you want to fund, and when those capital needs will fall in our planning cycle. So are they within the 5-year period or outside of the 5-year period?
That's a great summary, Natalie.
Great. And
Thank
also, I
you.
get comfort that if you don't spend it on that capital need, you could move it to another capital need, which is
Yeah,
something I
correct.
didn't
Yeah,
know.
correct.
I always thought
Right.
it was like restricted for only that capital allotment. And I think I have so much comfort now knowing that if you don't spend it on that capital need, you can move it to another capital need.
Uh-huh.
And
Right.
so it really isn't as restrictive as it sounds, you know, when you know you're going to have capital needs in perpetuity.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know what I
and
mean?
I told you, I mean,
You're talking
Haven't-
with regard to a capital reserve fund, if that was a
Yeah,
path you chose?
I always was, there was some scariness when I initially got on council, and you put it in there, it has to be only used for that. Well, that's not
Prescriptive.
accurate.
It all boils down to how you define that.
Well, no,
Yeah.
if you don't do that project, it could
Yeah.
be, or you complete it and it's left over, you can move it to another capital
Project.
project, which is not
correct.
Because your
something.
that is broad enough.
Yeah,
Right, or it would require the,
Yeah.
an adjustment of the resolution by a future council, for example. A future council
Right.
could make a decision to move it from one purpose to another purpose.
not that you'd
if
want
that's
to
the
do
need.
that, I'm just saying it's like a protection mechanism, is all I'm saying. You'd want to,
Right.
you want
So,
to,
you know,
want to
on the
budget right.
So just to give you a frame of reference of what this looks like, on the previous slide, again, if you maintain a 30% minimum fund balance, that total amount available for capital is right around 14 million. And right here, I've identified 15 to 20 million. So
Clever.
within the 5-year period, I think there is capacity. I think there's actually a lot of financial capacity to be able to address some of these capital needs.
That's
with
a great,
balance
great
savings.
report. This is,
But in addition to savings, if we could go to the next slide, as John mentioned, there are other options. Right? You typically finance long-term capital needs using either debt, private financing, or private sources or equity, right? In the corporate world. So we can finance things with debt. We can raise money. We can do capital campaigns. We could get private funding from a business, a major business, or we can use our fund balance. We've spoken today mostly about fund balance, but how we have historically used those 3 alternative financing sources in the past are shown here. Previous councils have chosen to finance long-term capital needs for those types of costs where mostly or all residents benefit from that project, if you will. So this is where, finance theory says all the residents of today shouldn't have to be the ones to bear the cost of this asset. Future residents should also bear the cost of this asset. It's a long-lived asset and it needs to be spread over a longer period of time as opposed to in any one given fiscal year. For example, we built the fire station and we financed that with debt. In other cases, we've had projects where a resident or business might have a specific or financial interest in participating. And an example of that is Rassy Wicker Park. So we got sponsorships for the inline hockey rink. We've also done the same with Camelot Park when it was, Camelot Playground when it was constructed. There was also a public-private partnership there as well with some fundraising components to it. And then of course, you can choose to use fund balance. We have historically tried not to finance anything over $1 million. As I mentioned, when I first came to work here, it was 200, 500,000 and we would have to finance it. But we have been, very fortunate to be in a good financial position to not have to finance, say, for example, a fire truck that costs less than $1 million. And then an example here of a capital need that benefits maybe a class or a segment of our customers, but not the general community as a whole. You can, of course, choose fund balance for something like that. So that example is the community center. Not all of our residents use the community center or in some of them, never will. However, all residents benefit from a fire station.
Right.
Well, 3 of those projects on your capital 5-year forecast look like they're well suited for debt.
Next page.
So if you go to the
Yeah,
next
yeah.
slide, I've given you what my recommendation is for that. Based on the list that I showed you just previously,
Yeah.
I would recommend council consider a combination of funding options. And of course, those would, those would be dependent on more refined cost estimates, the timing of when, if you said we want to do all of this next year, we might have a different picture. But if you were going to spread it out over a couple of years, that provides you the opportunity to save some money for certain things. One thing I do want to point out, and Brooke's going to be glad that I did, is that with any capital need, as she mentioned earlier, we also need to account for the fact that there will be future operating costs associated with these. And so that's why we do the 5-year forecast. So once we get some direction from you in terms of which capital needs you want to pursue and include in the forecast, then that's when we will go about our business of trying to determine what the incremental operating impact of those decisions may be. So based on those 3 financing sources, these are my recommendations to you as options for financing each individual. I think there's an opportunity for fundraising and using fund balance for a library renovation or expansion. I think a ladder truck is most appropriately financed with fund balance. I think if we're going to talk about parking facilities, that could be an appropriate use for some debt, as well as some fundraising efforts, or if you can consider it a public-private partnership, think of that as private funds supplementing that. And that would be, of course, if we end up partnering with the resort. The fire station and the public services relocation are both capital assets that the entire community benefits from. They're very long-lived assets, and therefore I would recommend long-term debt issuances for those 2 projects, and maybe a combination of using some fund balance to reduce the overall debt issuance if it's available and if council chooses to do so. So those are my recommendations for you to consider, and I think we can take a break now.
Yeah, and you could substitute, if there was a capital fund, for the word fund balance, right? In the
Correct.
chart. Yeah.
Correct. Correct. So I think these are the questions that you have. You know, are there any other long-term capital needs that we need to think about? I think, you know, you can have a discussion, and again, you don't have to make decisions today, but I think it would be helpful to have a discussion about which of those funding options council supports. Do you want to do an intentional savings for future capital needs, either assigning or committing fund balance or establishing this capital reserve fund? And then finally, you know, do you want to modify that fund balance? How do you want to do that? So I think those are the questions before you. And again, I don't expect that we'll answer those today.
Natalie, the future operating expenses for some of these capital projects is going to affect our 1.5 million a year, right? Because that's going,
Yeah,
No?
it could.
Yeah,
No,
yes.
it won't, because what will happen is we will develop a 5-year forecast and plan that accommodates those additional incremental operating expenses. And then at the end of the day, we're still going to expect to come in $1.5 million above what we forecast for any given year.
Okay, so the operating expenses for these capital projects is going to result in a higher tax rate?
Good, maybe not. Until we run the numbers, we don't know.
Until we run the
Well,
numbers.
I'd be interested to know the order of magnitude
Won't
of
know
some of
until the
those.
spring.
Yeah, that's Jane.
Until the spring?
Yeah, as we build a budget based on your
Yeah,
priorities, we won't be in a position to answer that question for you until then.
Well, for
Right.
example, the
That's what-
library, you know, we look at the Southern Pines Library, and the library of that size cost them about $1 million a year in operating expenses. So we can put an order of magnitude on something
On
like
that
that.
one, we can, it's incremental.
And the fire truck
That one-
probably won't have
All
one.
things being equal, we think that we can fund operating expenses for a library with about $0.015. The other ones, we can't answer those questions, but again, it depends on all the rest of the
mix.
budget decisions you make as well. So yeah,
Right.
it has that incremental impact, but there may be other offsetting things that are happening that are in the other direction, so.
Well, that's
Right.
always true, but I would be interested to have some kind of an idea in looking at these projects to be able to consider
We'll
the
get there.
impact of operating expenses as well as the capital cost. I think that's an important part of the discussion.
It is,
Absolutely is,
Jane.
and that's why this is a very long process. We can't
Right.
give
That's
you
why
all
it
the
takes us
details
time.
now.
Right, okay.
Right, so Jane, to your point, I mean, as Brooke mentioned and Lauren has mentioned, when we have an initiative action plan for a major capital item like this, we go and quantify the 5-year financial impact of the operating expenses associated with it. Our department heads have to, you know, prepare all those estimates, run those numbers. We have to accumulate them. And then we have to line that up with what Brooke's revenue projections are when she starts doing her detailed revenue projections in February and March. So that February, March, you know, timeframe is really, really when we are in the nitty gritty of trying to see, you know, do we have revenues to cover some of these incremental operating costs? So for example, we concluded that there was not a tax rate increase needed to fund the incremental operating costs for the community center. So just because there are incremental operating costs, it does not necessarily equate to a need for a tax increase. But we have to look at everything combined in totality, everything that's on the list to be able to quantify that for you.
Thank you.
This has been great, Natalie. Thanks.
I hope it helped. I know, I'm sorry it took so long. We should have taken a break sooner, probably.
Council, do you want to take a 5-minute break
one.
right now?
We do.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's do that. Make sure you mute your microphones, please. All right, can you guys hear us, Natalie?
Yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, well, welcome back. Council, do you wish to have further discussion about the long-term capital needs and funding options and the fund balance policy?
I have a suggestion too, Lauren, something that may be helpful for us as we're going into planning is if we go to the previous slide, I think it would be helpful to talk about, which one of these may or may not fall within the 5-year planning period. Because if we need to, quantify operating impacts of these, we do need that direction from council.
Right.
Not necessarily saying, when exactly they may fall in the 5-year period, but at least to know at a high level, if we think all or a portion of some of this might be something that we need to program.
I'd say, let's take the easy one first, the ladder truck. Is that something that you need more immediately?
I would look to Carlton to talk about that.
He's
Yep,
reaching
he's
for a
getting the
mic.
In a 5-year, is it in a 5-year period, right? That's the question.
That was loud. I would say with changing construction types in the village, that a ladder truck is more on the pressing need for the fire department
So it's in a one.
within the 5-year period.
Do we have room for a ladder truck in your current facilities?
It was actually designed with a ladder truck plan, so there is a bay that was allocated for that. It's the reason, I think it was, I guess, designed with 3 drive-through bays, and they added the 4th with anticipation for the need for a ladder truck at some point. That's my
Does it come with
understanding.
additional staffing requirements, or is it an either-or type thing that you would roll with that versus another?
It would be, we'd need additional staffing. Likely, probably 3 people per shift, so a total of 9 people. That would staff a ladder truck. So there's significant cost to it in addition to just the vehicle.
Correct.
Do I recall that we have a reciprocal arrangement with other departments who have ladder trucks, and we, use each other's equipment when emergencies come around?
We do have an automatic gate agreement. Southern Pines and Aberdeen share their ladder truck, but it's not really reciprocal. We send in a fire engine to them. They also have fire engines, so we don't have the reciprocal part of that to be able to send the same piece of equipment. And we're also depending on them at the same time, the same pressure points that we experience, they're experiencing the same growth, traffic, increased call volume. So the whole area is experiencing the same problems.
Thank you, Carlton.
Thank you for
Yeah.
that. I mean, my only thought on this is if it was an imminent need, more pressing need, that I'm not sure I would use fund balance for it. I'd go to the debt market because it's cheap. But I know it's right about the $1 million threshold.
Well, I asked about the facilities and staffing. I think the ladder truck itself, although the idea of spending $1 million on one vehicle it sounds like a lot. The operating impact is really the big deal here.
It is. It is. And we'll weigh all of that, Judy. Certainly it is right on the threshold. And we can absolutely look at financing a ladder truck if we need to do that. So
Carlton,
So that-
can I ask
good
one
input.
question of Carlton?
Mm-hmm.
The additional staffing is, I think you were saying 3 per shift, right?
Yes, sir.
And do we have housing available for 3 additional bodies in our existing facilities?
We do.
Yes, Jane?
Sorry. So other long-term capital needs, and I see that we're going to be looking at staffing needs after this, but going back to the potential capital needs slide number 35, the amounts that are already in the 5-year forecast, so we don't have to do them separately. Streetscape improvements, 275,000. Is that streetlights, multimodal streets, you know, all that kind of stuff? I guess the walkways and sidewalks are separate, but, you know, we've been talking an awful lot about connectivity and improving street stuff different ways. Is that number, what is that number, the 275,000? And are there other street-type things that we have sort of been thinking were kind of background drumbeat stuff that we need to add to the lower category? I don't mean it's just
Yeah.
the one below it, yeah.
To answer your first part of that question, streetscape improvement, this particular line here was the road that we talked, or the section of road we talked about yesterday, which you may decide to reallocate to a different location, but this was the McCaskill Road from Public Services down to Magnolia, opposite side from the Greens Apartments. This was the drainage stuff and that kind of thing there, which could include.
Appropriateness maybe of moving that on the Rattlesnake instead.
Right, and that's something you guys ultimately, with small area planning going on, you know, these funds plus additional funds could be necessary or reallocated to something along those lines.
They wouldn't be included in the 1.6 million for walkways / sidewalks?
So if you
They're
recall,
separate.
if you recall on the OFI list that we reviewed yesterday, the $275,000 sat in one line that you all talked about specific and said,
Okay.
do we call it Village Place streetscape enhancements, or what do we call it, right? So that was that one. And the 1.6 fell in the other line item of specific to walkway, pedestrian facility.
Connectivity, all
Going-
those.
$1,000 a year for 4 years,
right.
$1.6 million, not specifically tied. The decisions have not been made yet about where to put that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Neighborhood concrete sidewalks.
Okay, so do we need another line item in the lower amounts not included? Or would those get absorbed into the ordinary budget without us having to do a separate capital thing for
For
them?
small area plan
Well,
stuff, or just, I'm not sure what
I'm
you're
not
asking.
sure what you're asking, yeah.
What
More than the
specific you're asking.
1.6 million, is that what you're saying?
no. Well, the 275, and I'll stop talking in a second here. The 275 is for a particular stretch of sidewalk /
McCaskill.
stormwater improvement. There are line items on this potential capital needs, the upper part of it, for both walkways, sidewalks, and stormwater improvements. So as we go around the rest of the Central Village area, making those kinds of improvements, will they be coming out of the 1.6 and the 1.43? Or will they need to be another line under amounts not included in the 5-year forecast?
I think.
At this point, you have not identified an OFI to do any other projects in the 5-year horizon that would require that type of funding.
Additional funding.
That's right.
Okay,
Natalie had a specific question that we didn't answer. She was, one question, it was about these capital needs and what things would be in the 5-year plan, so she could work up the staffing aspect of it. We answered only one of them, the ladder truck. So-
Correct.
So we got to get back to it, don't we?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and Lauren, if you want to remain on that previous slide, it might it's the same list, it's the same dollar amount, it just might be helpful for you to see what's already in there. So what I'm hearing is the ladder truck is probably a need that we would look at seeing if we could get programmed in the 5-year period. And of course, we have to quantify what staffing and other operational cost impacts of that would be. And so we've got a few other items there as well. So if council could weigh in on whether or not you think these other items fall within the 5-year period, that's the direction that we need from you.
So let's maybe talk about the fire station and police station as a follow-on to that. Skipping around a bit.
It
but-
says 2 to 3 year project, so.
Yeah, and also,
That's how long it will take to do it, not
Okay.
when we think it needs to be done.
We're going to ask the fire and police chief.
and we do have land for it.
Have
We
land
don't
for
have
it yet.
land, okay. And we need it to improve our response time. It's a
That's right.
permanent-
The Fire Station 93 item was identified as a way to address, the best way to address our response time challenge in the western parts of our geographic limits, as well as the ETJ to the extent that, there's not a lot of development out there right now. So.
Well, it's got to stay in the 5-year plan, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, no, maybe. I mean, we're not, we are not doing very well in meeting our response time goals in Pine Wild and the Western Lake community. Like to do better, and this is how to do it better. Whether or not it necessarily, that getting better has to happen in the next 5 years is yes, no, maybe so.
We're being a placeholder type of situation. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I'd say you want to get to the land bought maybe next year.
Could be
as
a
we
placeholder.
were thought about last year. but-
Yeah,
We always decide not to execute, but it should be there.
right, it should be in, it's certainly a future requirement, I think.
Again,
And
we
I
did
think-
start with baby steps with that of trying to acquire the land, knowing that land is limited for the type of property size that we would need, as well as the general location that actually would impact those response times. So we're
Right.
a little restricted in that case because we're not just looking anywhere for the third fire station. We're
Right,
trying to target the appropriate location. And due to the real estate market, we're limited in options.
That in itself puts it in maybe close, an immediate, one step in an immediate timeframe. Well, the land purchase.
That's in the plan right now.
That was in the
Currently.
plan.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah,
And the fire station, funding for the fire station land is already in the plan, right?
I
Yes.
got it.
It was a roll forward from last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was budgeted in 2020 and rolled forward to 2021.
Okay,
It's going to need to be reallocated, though, just
We're talking
for
about.
Brooks' purposes, that's going to need to be reallocated because that's where we are going to purchase the West Pinehurst Park. We're going to use those funds as opposed to
okay,
doing a
gotcha.
budget amendment. So if something materializes in the next 6 months, we'll come back to you with a budget amendment for that fire station land.
I see.
But if not, we'll plug it in the next budget year.
Okay.
I think
And
trying
then
to
the-
move anything out of the 5-year timeframe is kind of hard.
It is, I know.
I mean,
Public services relocation, we haven't really talked very, very much about that.
the one
Yeah,
thing
and when we were, at the senior staff level, when we were scratching our head over this one earlier this week, originally we thought, well, maybe that doesn't need to occur in the next 5 years, and that may be true, but it is a condition setter for redevelopment and reinvestment in Village Place.
Yeah.
And that plan will be delivered, I guess, within a year.
It certainly seems like you need to find the land.
Sorry?
Certainly seems like you need to find the land for where this could possibly move, what your options are.
That's right, and I think it's a multi-year project. You'd have to find the land, then
Right.
start building the facilities, and then make the move, so.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe at a minimum,
Yeah.
you get the land, and then all the other stuff happens after.
Maybe it's straddling the 5-year
Exactly,
horizon somehow,
yeah.
that's the one that might have the most possibility of moving, I think. But like you, Jeff, the public services move has been around us for 10 years, or 15. And,
I don't see anything.
how many, Randy? But, and the small area plan, as you've said, may drive that decision on timing much differently.
Yeah.
But I still think,
I would,
I still think outside the 5 years is a possibility for that, given all the circumstances that would have to come together to
And I-
actually happen to move the facility in a time.
But I would probably, on the conservative side, allocate money for land.
So that you have a place to land. Yeah.
Yeah, so
You
you
have
have a
land
place
to
to
land
move,
on.
yeah.
Yeah.
And what
Okay, that
I'm hearing
sounds
is that
good.
maybe it's land in the 5-year period, not sure about full construction. but
Maybe land and
definitely
design even, so that you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
In
And I would
year
like to
5.
point,
yeah.
I would like to point out that in terms of the operating costs that might come with a different location, same services provided, just a different location, there might be some incremental,
Could be,
costs
yeah.
associated with it. But from an operational standpoint, we already have a public services complex. It's just physically moving it. If Village Place is redeveloped and public services is moved, we would of course expect to see incremental tax base added due to the redevelopment of Village Place that could help also, pay for some of these other incremental operating costs that we might expect. So I wanted to point that out. We got 2 more on the list.
I see the carriage house not happening until renovation expand. I just think that could be off the 5-year list, but not the, I don't see anything else.
I disagree with that. I think parking is an immediate need.
Parking is immediate need to Carolina, I'd agree with you on that, but,
Some of our need, as I've been thinking about it, may be met by something other than a carriage house.
right.
Like what?
A smaller facility or other locations that might come through. Maybe again, Village Place, I don't know. So that one to me is kind of on the
That'd be so
line.
chunky.
But what I'm not suggesting is that the parking issue be set aside. We need to address that. I'm
I'm
just
not either.
wondering if this larger piece of solution needs to happen in that 5-year timeframe. I'm not sure that it does while we're working on other solutions with some of our partners and ourselves to meet the needs.
Okay.
6 to 10 years, that's the only thing that
I kind of agree with what John is saying, although I would say that if ultimately you decide to invest in the current library location, I think that would necessarily move that up.
That's,
I'd agree with that,
I see those in tandem, absolutely.
but there's a first step, then a second step.
But I think conservatively, you should put both of them in the 5-year plan.
So everything stays.
You might delay it,
Sounds like everything's staying then.
Everything's a priority.
Well, I don't know,
Not so
Judy.
sure you know where we are with the library, but.
I think we should be looking carefully at the ladder truck and the fire station substation. And I think if any of this stuff can move to the right, I think it's those 2 things. That's going to sound contrary, so you might look at me a little sideways on that one, but
We are.
Wait, Jeff, you're saying we should be including the fire station and fire truck in the 5-year plan? Don't move it to the right?
one or both of those are candidates to move to the right.
To move to the right, okay.
Beyond the 5 years.
Meaning the
Beyond
5
the 5
years, just
years.
so everybody
Part of
understands.
that is, I'm not sure we're in a financial position to deal with the operating costs associated with ladder truck.
And to what extent is
Finance
that needed?
costs?
Operating costs.
Oh, the other, really?
9 additional staff members?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I think until the hospital starts going upward, I don't know that, I don't know that we need, I'm not Carlton, I'm not an expert, but we cannot get close enough to the Carolina for a ladder truck to really be effective. Is that, at least that's one of the,
You could on the
Things I've
backside. There are landscaping issues for that, but ladder truck operationally would work on residential as well as commercial properties, and we have some large residential structures as well, so.
We also have a new elementary school.
Right.
Sorry?
the new elementary
The
school.
elementary school could drive a need also there.
I definitely would keep getting the land for Fire Station 93 in there. And what might be helpful is for you to sort of give us a ROM or of these incremental operating costs and some way to feel the factor, how to factor those into our thinking.
So if we say definitely get the land in the 5-year plan for the fire station and for the public services relocation, that trims some of this back.
Yes,
Yeah, a lot.
and-
a lot.
And makes the rest of this more feasible, so.
Correct.
Now, you're going to see that we're already faced with a situation in the fire department where there may be a need to add 2 to 3 more firefighters already, independent of a ladder truck. So maybe there's a combined solution there too that lessens the incremental impact of a ladder truck too. We have to analyze that.
Well, it just seems like it could stay in the 5-year, but be on the 4th or 5th year. It doesn't, I mean, it seems weird to throw it out of the 5-year. There's things that can be on the right side of the 5-year plan, and things that could be on the left side of the 5-year.
Yeah.
I mean, we know, I think the library is on the left side of that 5-year plan, for example.
I wouldn't think so, but I mean, if we were going to do it, why would we not start?
Yeah,
That left side, right?
left side.
Oh, the left side, okay, yeah.
I'm saying it's on the
Sorry,
left
I'm-
side.
Oh, the other left,
I'm
okay.
I'm saying it's in, we're allowed to allocate these things
Yeah, yeah.
within this 5 years, and I think that is inevitable.
Okay, I'm with you.
And I think safety is one of the most important factors of the public, so I don't see any harm in keeping the 5-year plan, even if it moved out side of it.
I mean, maybe put the ladder truck at the midpoint.
Yeah, and we'll
It's the
figure out,
dollars that,
we'll figure all that out. Judy, thanks, thank you guys for that input. So I hear 2 council members saying library in the 5-year plan. And again, the amount to be funded is still yet to be determined because you've not made those decisions yet. So, the question is, do we foresee a library investment in the 5-year period? And this, I guess, question is going to Lydia, John, and Jane, because Kevin.
I say yes, and I'm with Judy. It's over on the left-hand side. It's sooner rather than later.
In 5 years, yeah.
I'm saying maybe, and I'm not putting it anytime soon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think if
sounds
we're
like-
going to do anything with the library, it's going to be within 5 years. So we might as well keep these numbers there.
Okay, all right, so keep the library again. And then carriage house, can we circle back to that one too? Is that, I think Judy, you suggested leaving it in and,
yeah, I mean, I think it's tied to library expansion. And so I think we want it here, and if it could get in before the US Open, that'd be dandy. But, I think it's definitely within the 5-year plan. 'Cause
And certainly by the time we build and return a proposed budget to you, I think we're going to know from you what your intentions are with regard to develop the library. And I think that will inform when the most appropriate timing is or need for timing for the carriage house.
Yeah, I'd say as long as the library remains in the village center, any place, this is an important asset to have there.
I agree with John that we don't know what's happening to Village Place, and they might find parking there. I don't see anybody parking in the carriage house to go to the library. So I say they're going to park all up there, and then, so I see no relationship with the library whatsoever to it. But I do see the need in the future maybe, but I agree with John on this.
Successful in library operations, and we have more library-related traffic downtown, they may choose to park, for example, in the Sandlot or other closer
Yeah, yeah.
locations, but that makes other people displaced and find parking somewhere else.
Right, so it's just, I'm not equating it to the library. I'm equating it maybe to a library impacts, okay, maybe, but nobody's parking down there and walking up that hill. So, just to tell you.
How about if we just, kind of, in general, some money for parking?
Yeah, that would be
Parking
much more,
facilities.
that would
I
be
think you
much
got it
more,
there. Parking
House.
facility, yeah.
I would love that.
Parking something.
That'd be more
Something.
consistent with what we're saying,
Okay.
You might make it facilities.
yeah?
Well,
or-
Yeah, could be.
That's my
Solutions.
point of a variety of smaller solutions that
Yeah.
might be effective with it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
but let's rename that to parking facilities. Okay. That's what I needed to know. Thank
He
you.
said
Plural.
facilities, did you?
Plural, she got that.
Plural.
Yeah,
Be-
yeah.
Natalie, haven't we had money in the budget in the past for parking facilities?
We have, yeah,
We
we
had
budgeted.
200,000.
2013.
I think
How much?
we budgeted
And since
land to,
January.
money to purchase
2.7
land for
million.
future parking
Right, we
facilities.
did. Since Kevin and I
you
are
were
on.
asking about the carriage house particularly. So in 2013, we had a term sheet signed with the resort to build a carriage house facility at a cost of estimated at $2.7 million, in which the resort Holly Inn parking would be on the lower level and coming off of Orange Road, and then public village parking would be street level with Dogwood. And so that was 2.7 million that we budgeted in 2013. Ended up, the council decided not to proceed with that project. And then last year we put in 200,000, I believe it was, for land to acquire potentially for parking facilities, which was not spent.
Is it still there?
It was not rolled forward, but it's included in fund balance. And so
In
you
fund
could
balance.
approve a budget amendment to pull that back out.
Correct. Did that answer your question, Lydia?
It does, and it seemed like going forward, I'm just thinking in the next few months, we might have some more clarity as we deal with the library and talk with the resort. I definitely think we need to keep something in there. I'm glad we renamed it. I'm just not sure the amount.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. I
Okay.
think that's the, Lauren, do you agree? Is that the direction we need for major capital needs? We,
I think so. I think that's very helpful.
okay, great. Thank you, Council.
The only question I think we had at the end of yesterday that we noted on the OFI list was specific to the West Pinehurst Park. And at the end of yesterday, it sounded like we keep the design work in, but we were unsure of what to include in the 5-year planning period with the placeholder we currently have to construct the facilities.
Sounded like we definitely take the initial investment out of the 22 timeframe. The question is, you want us to leave that future investment in the out years for West Pinehurst Park?
Yeah,
The year to deliberate on what the plan says and
my concern,
May I say something about that?
Yes, go ahead.
This is one of those situations where I assume all the knowledge I have, everybody else has, and it's not the case. And Mark Wagner, if you're there, maybe you can chime in, but I've said for a long time, I think parks and recreational areas are one of the best bangs for the buck. And there might be some literature out there, but, just to name a few, it gets kids out, it gets families out, it builds teamwork, it builds integrity, it builds self-image, it teaches you how to succeed, it teaches you how to learn to fail. There are health benefits, and I think there's even stuff that DHHS, and that's health. There's been some research done on how it even provides economic benefits. well, one of the questions I had to begin with is how do we establish that there's a need there? Obviously, we don't want to put a park there if it's not needed. And Mark said that would come out in public input. But if we can establish, number one, the need, but also I'd like for us to get some more clarity and some more education on just what the benefits of parks provide. So Mark Wagner, if you're there and have anything to add to that, I would appreciate it. I just think this is more than a piece of land that you throw infrastructure and baseball fields on and you just do it just because you've got the money to do it. I think we need to look at the benefits to this community if we do something like that. So I'm not willing to take it off the list yet.
And Lydia, you made some good points, and I think in our current environment with COVID, what have we seen? We've seen mass public exodus from indoor activities to outdoor. Everybody is on the trails, they're in the parks, they're exercising. And who knows how long we're going to be in this current situation that we're dealing with, but hopefully it's gone at some point. But the benefits to parks and outdoor spaces to provide the public opportunities to exercise and just mental health from being outside versus, the other things that you can do and you're dealing with. I'll use the tagline, Jeff will probably laugh at this, but the benefits are endless. That is the Parks and Recreation tagline. So, we could provide you with whatever information you would like to kind of reinforce that. I'd be happy to do that. But, I think we've seen such a big push for people to get outside, and this would provide another facility to allow us to provide those opportunities.
Yeah, and Mark, I'm thinking particularly about grant requests that came in for $80,000 for a ballpark, and the communities who came forward just talked about all the benefits to their communities to have these areas. And that's how I summed it up, is it's one of the best bangs for the buck when you're talking about public money. And I do think there was some research that came out of NC State about the positive benefits to having park and recreation areas. So if you could put your hands on that,
Sure.
That might be useful.
Plus, there's a gap. We have with our competitive set on park space. This is a gap. This is a real gap. And my concern about taking the money out, listen, you could always not spend the money. My concern about not taking the money out is you're going to turn it into a much larger capital investment in the future. And instead of incrementally budgeting and getting it done, all of a sudden it's going to be a painful capital expenditure. And I think it's a mistake. You could always not do it and put the money back in a budget, but I think it's a mistake to not. I like doing things incrementally so you don't have to pull these large capital amounts to do projects. So that's kind of why I want to keep it in. So I was the one that I want to keep it in. But the control stays with the council, even if it stays in. So there's still absolute control.
I support West Pinehurst Park development because it matches the plan that was in the old Parks and Rec plan of consolidating our recreation areas. I'm not in favor of these dispersed neighborhood parks. I think we're better off controlling where people are. We already have the land. And in light of some of the things that we're moving around at the bottom of the page, I think we should leave it in. I will recognize the point that we have high satisfaction with our Parks and Rec facilities. And I don't think it's a gap, but it's part of a plan that's never been completed. And let's get it completed.
If I could add one other thing, just kind of building off Kevin's point about cost. We saw this with the community center. This was in the budget 10 years ago, and it was at a $2.8 million threshold to build, I believe, and we all know what the cost was this year, 4.3. So you do run the risk of construction cost, development of that site increasing if you delay. Just something to keep in mind.
And I would.
Hey, Mark, I have a question too. Are parks sometimes phased in? For example, you have your master plan and you know that if 80% of the public wants one particular part of this plan, you put that one in and you put it in stages depending on public public need, how much money you've got available, things you learn as the park is up and running? I mean, does that happen?
That's correct.
That's exactly what we would plan on doing.
Yes, yeah, and as part of the master plan design, we will get a phased implementation plan from the consultants with cost estimates for each phase and letting us know which amenities would be included each phase. And that, you know, it can be a living document. You can move the order around. We did that at Wicker Park here. We had the master plan, and some things that were in that plan didn't get built. They ended up not being a priority at that time when it came up for construction. We ended up building a splash pad. We built a shelter to go with it. So you still have flexibility within that plan and those amenities, and you can always reach back out to the public to say, you know, how do we feel today about this, and always revisit that if needed.
And you know what, I just am reminded of the answer. Park and Rec Authority would see different phases of the same park, and Granville is the best example I can think of.
That's
and it's
correct.
done over a series. And for each one of those phases, they were able to get matching grants for the cost of that phase.
And we received Parks and Recreation Trust Fund dollars to actually acquire this property at West Pinehurst. And we got a Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant to do phase 1 of Wicker Park. So, you know, we've been through that process. I'll give Jeff credit for those. Jeff Batten, he was the one in charge of those in terms of getting them, and then I was able to implement the Wicker Park construction. So, but yeah, you can definitely phase that.
So council, do I hear a proposal to
I would
keep
like
the
to say
park-
something before
Yes.
we do that.
Sure.
Okay? Thanks. We've got a whole laundry list of potential capital projects. And some of them are already in the budget and some of them aren't. They would be in addition. And every single one of them has something to recommend it. They're all dandy. That's not it. But the trouble with money is you can only spend each dollar once. And I think we need to be careful about what we're spending our money on and prioritize in such a way that we cover our needs before we try to cover the things that are nice to have. I'm taking a look in the behind the SOAR tab of our materials, page 35, and it's the capital improvements that residents feel are most important. And this, I guess, is out of the ETC surveys that we do every year from fiscal year 2015 to 2020. And for 2020, additional athletic fields is 2%. 2%, and that's down from 6% in 2015 and down from 4% in 2019. So another public park with more fields is a public good, no two ways about it. Same thing with the library. I feel it's sort of the same way. But let's make sure that we're covering the meat and potatoes, the fire station, the police station, and the street improvements, and the stormwater, and those kinds of things before we start extending ourselves with money we may or may not have. And I'd just like to also mention, I thought this COVID thing would be over last summer. And I was wrong about it. Here we still are. And we don't know how long it's going to last, and we don't know how long it's going to take the economy to sort itself out and how it's going to shake out. I think that's a definite unknown factor. So all of these numbers that we're looking at for how much we think things might cost, and it's a range of costs, and how much money we think we may be able to bring in each year in excess of our operating expenses for the year, those are all maybes. So I just would like to be a little conservative about how we commit as we sit here today in an uncertain economic situation and put our priorities with the public safety and the streets and those kinds of things. And I'm not talking about taking these other things off the list. I'm talking about prioritizing to put our dollars in the most important places first.
I'm wondering if coming down the middle on this is maybe the best approach, where we take it out of the 22 proposed funding, but leave the placeholder funds in the out years, strikes the right balance, because it allows us another year to assess all these other priorities and what it's going to cost us and what the.
Specific to the
We can
park.
revisit whether or not we're going to
Yes.
Yeah,
spend
just specific
money in
to the
23,
park.
24,
And
25.
get a
next
better
year.
handle on the economy,
Yeah.
too, yeah.
I'd say the one thing, the ETC survey is a lens. Another lens is Mark Wagner's experience in trying to schedule kids on ball fields. And there are ball field shortages. That might surprise you, Jane, but, that's also another reality that we have in our community. So I think that we have, that's a good option, is to take it out of 22, get the design work done, and then look at it. But that's true of all of these. By the time we come back to April, we'll know more about what the future looks like as well. So
I think too, with respect to parks and recreation, and given the extent of the municipality that we have land-wise, it makes a lot of sense to try to do something out to the west eventually. But in this case, we have the land, we have a study that's going to be done, so it's percolating along. And we'll just be able to decide, as Jeff suggested a little bit later, that, what do we really need to do there once we've seen this report. I make the point, too, that we're going to get land back in Wicker Park from the school that's taking up quite a bit of the field space that we had before. So, and hopefully a year from now, that site will be cleared or in the process of being cleared, and we'll get that back within a year and a half, probably, I would think. So we have some space coming online anyway that would maybe alleviate some of those outdoor field requirements for the near term.
I disagree. I think you leave it in, we still have control, we don't have to spend it, so I disagree.
I hear a proposal to remove 22's funding for West Pinehurst Park with keeping in the future year funding for now. Is there a consensus on that?
I'm with Kevin. I'd like to leave it in there. I think there's way more, in my experience, I've seen way more to a park than ball fields. And there's a long laundry list, and Mark Wagner, again, help me out here, but just like the community had different ideas of what a library should be, and not that we're going to provide all those services, but the community will need to weigh in on the type of park services they want. And it may not be ball fields, it might be, it might not be. And so I'm just comfortable, like Kevin said, just because it's there doesn't mean we're going to spend it, but we have that option. And we may see in the next few months that our financial picture is much, much worse than we think we do, and so we won't spend that money.
So I hear Lydia and Kevin saying keep all the funding in for the 5 years. I have Jane saying remove it for 22, keep the others in. John, remove it from 22, keep the others in. And Judy, remove it from 22 and keep the others in. Okay. So for now, we will remove it from 22.
I think it's more conservative to leave it in, but believe it or not, but okay.
Okay. That is helpful. That is very helpful for us going forward. I'm just scrolling up quickly just to make sure there was no other question that I had.
Another point too, of clarification, in park and rec budget, let's say the COVID situation keeps going on and Mark can't spend money for indoor, but the public wants some passive recreation over there that's inexpensive to put in. Does Mark have the flexibility to take money from one place to the other if we find out that passive recreation will meet some community needs?
I believe I would defer that to the manager. Usually they make those decisions if, whether we have funds or not, but, certainly, Lydia, that's something that could come up in terms of.
Certainly a possibility. We don't know what we're looking at. So.
If the public wants walking trails, bike trails, those are things you could look at out there, or some kind of open space, shelter, picnic tables. So those are all options.
There's lots
Okay.
of passive opportunity out there right
I
now.
was going to say, it's all passive, except for the
Yeah, but you
Frisbee.
gotta get rid of those sand spurs.
All right, council, any other thoughts on the capital needs discussion here? We feel good about where we're at now? Okay, so what I'm proposing is that we wait on workforce needs until after lunch. We have some flexibility this afternoon because the primary item for discussion remaining this afternoon is the balanced scorecard, which I don't anticipate taking all afternoon. And so I think we can move some things around in the afternoon if you would like to do that, and we can go ahead and break for lunch now. Does that sound okay? Okay. All right, let's circle back at you want to do 1 o'clock? Is that too long? Too long? You want to circle back at
12:50.
12:50? We'll get started. Okay.
Thanks, Lauren.
Mute your microphone. We will go ahead and get started. We are diving right into potential workforce needs. This is a slide that we try to highlight proposed, or potential, I should say, potential workforce needs that the strategic planning team, which consists of the village managers, myself, Angie, and Brooke, put together after some discussion based on what we're hearing and where the pressure points might be in the 5-year planning period for our staff. You'll see we are on slide 40, which is on page 20 of the PowerPoint presentation. This is that list of potential workforce needs, and I'll have Natalie, I think she's going to facilitate this conversation for us, and Angie jump in at any point as well.
Very good. Thank you, Lauren. I think we might have started doing this 2 years ago or so. One of the areas that we have identified that we could probably do a little bit better job of is forecasting our potential workforce needs, especially as they relate to incremental growth that's occurring in the community. And I think if you look at our current 5-year forecast, Brooke, tell me if I'm right or wrong, I can't recall, but I think there might only, I don't know if there's
The reduction in FTE of half FTE a couple years out.
Yeah, so we definitely have some workforce needs out there that may need to get programmed into the 5-year planning period. And so these are as Lauren mentioned, the needs that the strategic planning team has identified based on conversations that we've had with our senior leaders. We do have, and Angie can describe it in more full if you'd like, Angie, but we do have a very, I say, rigorous process for requesting staffing needs. We are an organization that makes fact-based decisions, and we require our department heads to present data and information and justification when they request a position. So when you get position requests brought forward to you, council, I think you can be rest assured that they have been fully vetted and analyzed and thoughtfully considered. So what we have here is we've broken it down by work systems. So you could see what we think our potential workforce needs are here. And this is going to be a discussion that I may kick off, but there's likely to be lots of other people chiming in, and would certainly, welcome our department heads to chime in where it's appropriate as well. So if we start off with public safety services, I think Jeff mentioned earlier a need for some additional firefighters, irregardless of the potential impact of a ladder truck. And so Carlton mentioned, that one investment could bring a need for 9 additional firefighters. But there are also some other firefighter needs there as it relates to the Birdie recommendation that we made to you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to jump in here, Natalie.
Yeah, sure, go
With
ahead.
regard to the firefighter discussion, back when we did the response time Birdie, we did some analysis about how we could, some of this was, of the response time concern was over what results in short staffing, being short on staff any given day, given our FTEs that we have in the fire department. Because people are sick or they take vacation or what have you. And we weighed a lot of different options about how to overcome that. One was just to go ahead and hire another FTE per shift. Another one was on the other far end was, if I recall, just try to do it with more reserve officers and just fill in. We knew that the reserve thing wasn't working out completely well as it was. That wasn't necessarily the best solution. What we did in terms of the recommendation we brought forward and we wound up implementing was kind of a hybrid. We hired one full-time firefighter as a floater that could go fill any requirement, and then also tried to augment with additional reserve firefighters. What we have found as we've gone back and evaluated the effectiveness of that is that we're still just not quite getting there. So there may be a need to go back again and add another 2 or 3 full-time firefighters in order to truly solve that problem. In terms of incremental cost, it wouldn't be a full 2 or 3 firefighters because it would be offset by what we have been paying in reserve firefighters to fill that role right now. It's certainly not a one-to-one. It may not even be a 50% deal, but it's not a full cost deal. And then add on to that this discussion about the ladder truck and whether or not there's an additional 9 on top of that, or an additional 7 on top of that, or what it might turn out to be. I guess I can roll right straight into the police admin then as well. I mentioned earlier that we're finding that the ongoing documentation and proof requirements associated with maintaining CALEA accreditation annually is a very significant workload. It wasn't something that we fully understood when we headed down this path. And so Glenn has asked for the addition of either a part-time or full-time CALEA manager to be hired. And that's what you're seeing here. And that's why I made that reference earlier. So ultimately, I think that we need to have that conversation about, is this what we want to do? So
Have that now?
have it now?
I mean, yeah, do you want to have that conversation now? I mean, what's the good and bad of not pursuing the CALEA path?
Like any other accreditation program, CALEA is about adherence to best practices, and ultimately it's about improvement. So, in that regard, it's a very worthwhile endeavor. It is kind of a hard one to justify in our minds. When I say our minds, I'm talking about management, because our fire department's on an accreditation program and it doesn't require additional dedicated staffing to do it. But it's a fact associated with the way the CALEA program is set up. And they require you annually to pull together a broad range of data and information and evidence that you are adhering to the standards that you have laid out. And then that gets submitted, and then you get recertified or reaccredited every year. Like I say, there is certainly benefit. That's why we did this. And I don't know whether the benefit is worth the additional staffing, but I certainly would like to hear your ideas on it.
Is CALEA the only accreditation standard or the top standard, or, I mean?
Certainly the most uniformly.
Glenn, you have the answer to that.
It's the most universally known. However, the state is doing its own accreditation program that's supposed to roll out next year. The standards are similar, but they don't require as much as CALEA. Matter of fact, if you get CALEA accredited, the state accreditation comes along with it. So the main part of the state accreditation is for smaller agencies that maybe don't have the budget to deal with CALEA and all the cost associated with it. I mean, the on-site alone is going to be somewhere around $5,500 to $6,000 just for them to do the on-site to determine whether or not you get your initial accreditation, which is just over 170 standards. And then once you enter that, you immediately enter the reaccreditation phase over 3 years, which is over 200 standards. And as Jeff mentioned, that's doing proofs, showing that you are doing what you say you're doing. I mean, on the staffing side of it, it'll take at least a part-time person to be able to dedicate that time, but I mean, if I was forced to choose, I'd rather have police officers than an accreditation manager, and because you can, you know, the nice thing about best practices is you can observe them and then adopt them without paying a fee to do so.
How about
May I
our,
ask a question?
Sure, go ahead,
When do
Lydia.
when do we have to decide on this one? Because this reminds me of organic farmers. They realize, they look at the cost of remaining organic and they say, I'd rather put this money into operations than to remain certified. And you know, it sounds like we've derived some benefit for participating in this, but how long do we have to decide? And have we derived enough benefit that we can then put the money that would have gone into remaining certified into, like Glenn said, additional officers or operations?
I think what we're hearing is we're at a point where in the certification process where we can get there, we can get over the finish line and get certified. It's the research, it's an annual or every 3-year rolling, whatever reaccreditation process that we're probably not staffed to handle. And so, you know, I think what ultimately would be required is for us to add that capability starting next year.
And when do we have to make that decision?
I would probably now,
Budget
because,
time?
yeah, because we have to either be accredited this year or we have to start the process, this year meaning 21 in July, for the on-site. Otherwise, we have to start the entire process over because we're up against the deadline.
Jeff, this is the first time I've, heard this conversation through, and, but a couple things occur to me. You probably already thought about them because obviously you've been vetting this for a while. Is there another department within village government, HR, public services, Parks and Rec, that has some similar kind of certification-like program they do, where that person might be able to handle this need for a period of time? No.
The only department that has an accreditation program like this is the fire department. And like I said, they are able to handle it with their existing staffing.
And did I understand from Glenn that the state is coming along with a program that we might then participate in, and that might be less onerous?
Yes, that's through training and standards, and it is less expensive, and you would probably not need to add staff for that. That's something I think that would just run, from the information I have, it'll run mainly on recommendations, and you just incorporate those recommendations into your policies. And we've done most of that. I would say our policy is very clean, and already national best practices are included. A prime example, we just added to our policy a ban on chokeholds per the president's executive order. So we are staying up to date with trends and things, and that's why, I made the comment, I'd prefer to have someone on the street than that, because we're in a position where, with our department, we're never more than one traffic stop away from being a national story.
Yeah. And is there a reason not to wait for the state program and just sort of complete CALEA, I guess it is, as best we can, and then come under the state program, or am I misunderstanding the?
I think that's an option. I think we could press through to achieve certification, CALEA certification this year, and then migrate to the state program. It would be certainly much less onerous.
If we get CALEA accredited this year, the state certification will automatically attach, and then we have that 3-year time frame to decide how to proceed from there.
Yeah.
and what about our peers, Southern Pines, Aberdeen?
My understanding
Who else
is
is CALEA certified?
Southern Pines is.
Southern Pines is CALEA accredited, and they do have a full-time, I think it's full-time accreditation manager, is that correct?
Yeah, I think they also do community outreach, but the bulk of their time is spent on CALEA.
Could we share that resource? Could we split that resource with Southern Pines? Christine?
Not sure how I feel about that, but yeah.
Is there no other benefits to this accreditation other than just getting, improvement, constant improvement? Is there any benefit, secondary that we don't know about?
Is there any benefit that's more important than that?
Any benefit to being in the program that we don't know about? The Korea certified.
It's all about adherence to best practices and improvement.
So that's why we did it, just to get to the best practice.
And as things happen across our nation, they roll out updates throughout the entire year that, like Glenn said, we got a recent one where they changed a policy to adhere to these new standards, depending on what's going on across the entire United States with the police force.
So where would we get that otherwise if we're not participating? That's what I'm trying to.
I think what Glenn is suggesting is, I don't know that he's advocating for this, because he's calling attention to the fact that there is this state certification program that would be
Coming.
It would be an accreditation light type thing where it's still pushing you toward best practices, just not maybe as in an all encompassing way.
Do you think you get updates similar with the state program that you're getting?
Yeah, you could, and it's going to be closely aligned with CALEA. I think its main target was really tiny agencies that couldn't afford to do CALEA. However, and it doesn't hurt to have it, and it's always good, especially in our field, to be adhering to best practices. We can adhere to best practices either way. CALEA is just more of a compulsion to it, where you have to, those standards as they come out, you have to adopt them and get them into your policy, and that's...
Yeah, I don't question that. It's about this communication, like this update you got that you won't get if we're out of this program. That's all. You think the state program will have a similar type?
Yeah, and you can monitor CALEA yourself. They don't hide their information.
Okay, well, that answers it then, probably a little bit. I'm going to support what the chief wants to do, so.
Somehow I don't see the need here as far as hiring a new body, a new person. I'm seeing the ability to, or hearing the ability to get along and get this done. And then there's potentially a state program to participate in, which may be less onerous from a management point of view, and that solves the problem. Am I missing something more here?
I do have one other question. In terms of recruiting people, is this a plus?
I think for entry-level officers, it's a wash. They don't really look at whether or not you're CALEA certified. Entry-level officers are looking at, salary and benefits and getting their foot in the door somewhere.
Glenn, is there any restriction for us if we pursued the current accreditation as planned with level 1 CALEA accreditation, and we received it in July or whenever we do the site visit as planned? Is there any commitment that says we have to continue on?
No, it's voluntary. I mean, we'd have the certification through CALEA for 3 years. The state certification would automatically attach, and then whatever standards the state puts out for receiving their certification again.
And then,
I can communicate with training and standards and make sure that for an agency our size, CALEA won't be a mandated part of that. Right now, it's not from the communications I've had, but I don't know what their staffing and what their rules are going to be as they move on.
May I ask a question about accreditation? I think if you look online and look for the benefits of police department accreditation, I think they tout the largest benefit as a risk management strategy in terms of preventing potentially, expensive litigation for, the actions of our officers. So it's all about implementing those best practices. From an insurance standpoint, Jeff Batten, or a risk liability standpoint, do we see a reduction in any insurance premiums if we are an accredited police department?
Not from CALEA. However, there is an opportunity to do a reduction of our police liability if we go through the North Carolina League of Municipalities review, police review.
Which comes with CALEA, right?
Is that part of CALEA?
No, different
that's a
state
different group.
program. This is strictly an insurance review of our practices within the police department. And it is something that we're going to be discussing, and Glenn and I have already talked about as being something that we're going to investigate about doing, having them come through as well. With CALEA already being done as much as they've gotten done, I think our review with the League of Municipalities are probably very quick and probably very minor, if any, changes.
I'm just going to support what the chief and you decide. It sounds like he's got an outgoing question that he wants to get solved, and right, Glenn, and whether it might be required.
Right, you're talking about for the state
Yeah.
research, yeah, I'll have to ask them about it. As far as the initial certification, our policy is in a state where, I think minus a few changes, because we just did a use of force update as well, that we won't have any issues with getting through on the initial. The issue leading up to the initial is just having someone that can do proofs and put all those things together, and having someone that you can allow access to criminal justice information, because it's going to require them sometimes crossing over into the personnel realm, because you have the use of force data that you're going to use for some of the reports that you compile, and most of that is protected by personnel law.
This sounds,
I guess maybe I'm hearing, let's see how this develops, and we've got time to figure out what we want to do with the budget on this.
Yes,
yep.
that's my view.
Okay.
Good. Do you want me to pick up, Jeff, or you want to keep going?
Please.
Please to the first or the second. I'll
Keep going.
Pick up.
I'll pick up. The next two areas, development services and community appearance services, of course, these relate to our balanced scorecard goals number 2 and 3. And we had a little bit of discussion yesterday about economic development and the potential need for some resources to devote to that. I think I heard a consensus of the council yesterday that you're not interested in adding additional resources to address economic development type issues. And those issues, by the way, do include parking, as well as, other large variety of issues. So,
And beyond that too, the conversation was around more business relations, right? I think that was more of the intended focus, rather than facilitating economic development, bringing businesses. Is that correct?
Correct.
correct, yeah. So not knowing, recognizing that we had a Village Center Enhancement Committee. Jeff Batten and I kind of split up those responsibilities many years ago. So we did have, while it wasn't a dedicated person, it was there was capacity allocated to that purpose. And direction from previous councils was to not direct workforce capacity to that purpose, and therefore the enhancement committee was disassembled. And Jeff Batten and I have since had other responsibilities and obligations to attend to. So right now there's no one really focused on that. As I mentioned yesterday, that is something that is very common to fall within the realm of a planning department or development, community development department, if you will. So as we look forward to how we scratch that itch, it may be something that planning staff, if they're staffed appropriately, could help facilitate. The other item here under development services is permit technician, and Darren, I'll get through all these and then I'll let you chime in, is a permit technician. So currently we have one permit technician position, that's Jamie Reed. And she processes all of our single-family permits, fence permits, as well as a multitude of others, pools, decks, spas, patios, every other addition, alteration, accessory structures, all of those things are going through that one position. Given the level of development, we think there may be a need to increase our capacity here, as well as code enforcement, which we have spoken about previously as well. Our KPIs as it relates to Angel's ability to investigate potential violations within 2 days, and the number of code violations that she's handling, pretty much on a daily basis is getting to the point where, as we've grown, it's a little bit more than one person can handle. You'll see an asterisk here, and we kind of toyed around with this idea of, well, if each of those is maybe just a part-time position, could we potentially look at adding one position that might serve both purposes or do both roles? It would provide us some backup. So, right now, if Jeff Sanborn's, got us on this hit by the bus test, right? So if Angel or Jamie gets hit by the bus, there is no backup person to do the work in the planning department. And so, maybe another person who's cross-trained in both could potentially be a good solution here. With that said, they are two different jobs. They are on two different pay scales. So that would need to be reconciled as well if that alternative was pursued. We talked about the planning staff, and Jane has brought this up a couple of times already. And as a strategic planning team, we really felt that it was most prudent to get the additional planner that you've already funded in-house and see where that gets us before coming forward with a recommendation for additional planning staff. And with that said, I'd like to provide Darren the opportunity to provide any additional comments that he may have as it relates to
Let me jump in before Darren comments. Some of this is about just an understanding of realistic outcomes as well. We are in the process of hiring a new planner, and we, unfortunately, as has been the case multiple times over the last few years, in our efforts to hire planners, we found ourselves earlier this week faced with the need to re-advertise. It's just a tough market out there for hiring people of the quality that we're looking for. So every incremental planner that we try to add to our staff it's going to take some time. We also don't have a place for these people to sit. I mean, we don't have office space for these people right now. So, and certainly we have the financial wherewithal, and we have room to be developed in Village Hall to accommodate that, but it would take reshuffling everybody, and it would take some time. And a lot of what we're hearing are concerns about very short-term requirements. And I guess the point is it's not really realistic for us to get over those short-term impulse requirements with paid staff. I think we need to recognize those short-term requirements and pursue strategies of using contracted or consultant solutions. Darren?
Natalie, I think, said pretty much everything that we had discussed regarding the permit technician and the code enforcement person. I do like the idea of trying to create a blended position, and that would give us the ability to plug that person in when somebody's on vacation or what have you. I think the need for both the permit technician and code enforcement is there based on our numbers, and I think it's going to continue to grow. There is going to be, continue to be more homes being created, more subdivisions being created, so that's going to add to the load in the community. There's also going to be, there's also a need, you're going to see a lot of, I think, rehab abilities coming through the community. So I think that is a need, and we've been tracking it, and I think you've seen some of the numbers. And I think if we had an additional permit technician, I think our response numbers with respect to issuing permits would get better, just because we'd have more people issuing the permits. So our turnaround times would shorten up. That's really all I have to say on those two matters at this point.
Okay. The next one on the list is library.
So I think, you know, this seemed very shockingly low to me in terms of additional resources. And I certainly hear your point about using some short-term staff to get through the surge of things that we want to crank out this year. And I empathize with your, you know, the long tail to hire somebody in a planning role. So I think that it's hard to make progress without that person, but it's also, you definitely need to shore it up with some contractor type of people to get stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And it is, I mean, I just, sometimes the small numbers don't give you the perspective of what you're actually adding. The transportation / planner, who is, that person's going to come with a full basic understanding of planning requirements. In fact, is going to be increasing our non-director planning staff capacity by 50%. So it's not insignificant. And then when you look at the code enforcement and permit technician potential requirement we have identified up here, it's analogous. It's another 50% bump in both those requirements. So it is not insignificant.
Council comments on?
We put planning and working on the PDO at number 1 on our list of stuff. And our PDO is in desperate need of being worked on. We're looking at putting 7 people on a library staff, 1 more on Tufts Archives, and all these other positions, and we're not going to have a code writer? And I'm astounded. We're talking about a need to do an immediate overhaul of the PDO, and then to have the ability on an ongoing basis to be reviewing and offering possible changes as we go forward through time. So, and in addition, because we're getting down to the kinds of open land that's available being the last pieces to be chosen because they're the most complex and hard to develop, we're going to be likely to be getting more complicated applications coming before us. So we're going to need to have people who know how to work with the code and you know, have a sophisticated understanding of it and so forth. So we really need somebody. We really do. And I mean, I don't know how many people are in that planning department, but I keep hearing that we're shorthanded and everybody's, you know, got an awful lot on their plates and they need some help. We've got a lot of work we need to get done in this area, and I'm really surprised to see, you know, half a person.
I support Jane too on that, the blended position. I mean, you said 0.5 to 1 on each one of these.
Closer to the mic.
Starting with a blended position, someone that had both responsibilities? Is that what you were saying there?
With what?
A blended position?
Correct.
Where
For
they
the-
had permit technician and code enforcement, and it would help expand.
Could be
it?
blended, it could be two separate people.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm saying that that's a great start, a blended person.
Yeah.
It's not fully 2 FTEs, it's 1 FTE, and it still moves us down the road like Jane's talking about.
No, it doesn't.
I think
I kind of doubt that. I'm worried. I'm not happy with this.
if I could add, and then Darren, please speak up, but these are the conversations that Darren and I have had in the past. Recognizing, to your point, Jane, that the PDO needs major attention. It needs a major overhaul. The conversations that Darren and I have had around that are, number one, once the PDO does get overhauled and that comprehensive update is complete, that will in and of itself make it a little more efficient for staff, because a lot of staff time is spent on interpreting a confusing and oftentimes conflicting PDO language. We get that clarified up, I think we're going to free up a little bit of capacity in terms of the amount of effort that it's going to take to just interpret what the PDO is saying. That's part of it. The other part is, Darren and I are both of the firm belief that to get our PDO to where it needs to be, it is a massive, comprehensive process. While there may be opportunities to do some one-off amendments, and there are some, but an overhaul of subdivision standards, for example, isn't a quarterly PDO update. That type of analysis and review, takes a long time to make sure we get it right. So our recommendation has always been, and I believe, if I speak for Darren, I'll let him speak for himself in a minute here, but our recommendation has been and will continue to be that the best way to approach updating the PDO is to get a consultant in here and get it done. With that said, Darren and I had a conversation after yesterday's meeting that maybe the solution is to move forward the comprehensive PDO update and start that sooner rather than later.
You mean this year versus next year?
Yeah.
Because right now it's in next year's plan.
Yeah, so my general thought there is we'd plan to do the PDO update next year, but I don't wonder if maybe we shouldn't go ahead and start working on the RFP now, like getting everything moving forward.
I agree with that.
Because I think if we could get, if we could get moving on that while we're getting the new planner up and running, then we've got the new planner capacity to help with plan reviews, and that frees up Alex and Darren and Peter to work more on the PDO update. So I throw that out there, but I really would like for Darren to chime in on it and express his perspective.
You always cover everything I was going to say, so I don't know how to better say it. I think with the scope of what needs to be done with that PDO and the way we want to reformat it into more of a UDO, which would include the engineering standards, we'd be creating a whole new subdivision regulation section. I think that work, if we want it to be done rather quickly, and when I say rather quickly, it probably is going to take us at least a year to do a comprehensive overall update to the PDO. we could use a consultant to do that, get them in there, create that committee, so you're not losing any control, and we could put a team together to get us that new PDO. Going forward, however, staff can then, and this is similar to what the county does, you go through, after you adopt a code, and you are going to find, and I did this when I just did a comprehensive update to the City of Oshkosh zoning ordinance, we realized we missed things. And periodically, and we had a schedule, we would come through and bring in maintenance updates, kind of like the county does at that level. So, and staff can do that. It's just that when we redid the ordinance in total, we used a consultant. The consultant worked with staff and worked with a committee, a citizens committee, but that, from our perspective, that worked relatively well. And I think that's what Natalie and I have talked about, trying to get that done so we could get this done now. Everything I want, not just the meat and potatoes, everything.
A citizen committee?
Yeah.
A citizen committee? We're not gonna do another Planapalooza, are we?
No,
Yes?
you always have you have not an administrative committee, you have a citizen type subcommittee. It's a subcommittee of the P&Z or the council that works with staff and the consultant as the product is being developed.
Why would you have a citizen, why can't you just find a set of regs you like and use plagiarism? I mean, that's tried and true.
It doesn't work. If you just pick bits and pieces of different codes, it doesn't come together holistically.
Not cohesive.
It's not, that's what.
It has to work with what we have currently.
Yeah.
Plus, we can put it all together in one product, and I think it'll work much better than the product we.
What are the citizens gonna do?
They advise along the way, unless you're proposing that we would just cut out the citizens from a citizens group from it, and we can just work it out.
Yeah, we don't have to make that decision now. I mean, you can do it both ways. That's fine.
Yeah. So I think bringing forward the PDO update is a good idea.
It's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Thumbs up.
I think nobody's going to argue about that. I still feel like you're light in your staffing, because you've got this small area plan for 2 places that are coming up. So when I look at all the interleaving work streams you've got in planning, it just seems like you have insufficient capacity. I mean, I'm not in there working, you guys are, but it just feels light. And I almost think that when you go looking for one more planner, you should look for 2, because I think this is going to be, if we expand the into the ETJ in any way in the next several years, that's going to create a whole new work stream. So I appreciate the conservative approach, but this might be penny wise and pound foolish, is how it feels to me.
Isn't part of this problem here, though, that there's not availability easily at all in hiring people? We heard that. There's a very much of a problem in actually hiring people. So to kind of work through that and bring the PDO forward, the idea is now, back to the consultant idea, to at least work the PDO piece and continue to try to find at least a half-time or 2 half-time persons to do these other things.
I go back, I mean, do we truly, from the standpoint of ongoing planning staff requirements, not the surge, the ongoing planning staff requirements, do we truly need to go to 200% of what we have right now?
Yeah.
Or is
The only
150% okay? I think, to me, it makes more sense to go to the 150%, reassess, and then.
The 150 would be the planner.
One we're trying to hire
Plus,
right now.
yeah, the one they're trying to hire, and that's difficult, but also a half-time person as well, something like that.
Well, no, I'm saying 150%. If we have 2 now, we go to 3, it's 150% of what we have right now, or of what we have right now.
Oh, the total staff,
Yeah.
I see.
So
Okay,
increase of 50%, yeah.
Now, in the PDO concept, moving forward, I think we all agree with that, but I'm concerned, and I hope I don't have to be, with where we left off yesterday, which was that there are some urgent things in the PDO to do that
We
I
will
was still
never
wondering.
get that done in an urgent fashion by trying to hire full-time staff.
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
we're going to move forward on doing the urgent things we discussed yesterday, but the idea to bring forward the overall PDO work by hiring a consultant is the idea. We won't put aside these urgent things we talked about yesterday.
As
to
a
be
result, some
determined.
of those things probably may be able to be, we may be able to roll some of those other urgent requires into that comprehensive update.
Yeah.
Some of those urgent things also, the one-offs, we can use a retired planner in the community that we have used to go off and write that
Right,
change and bring it back to us.
some of that meat and potatoes.
To get it moving, some of that can be focused just exclusively on that instead of what Alex and Darren and everybody over there has to do now, which is juggle, 17 different things. We have that ability and capability. The other thing about development in general, it's cyclical. We all know that it's going to ebb and flow. And do you ramp up at the 100% of your, development cycle and keep the staffing at that level when development falls back off? And that's I think what Jeff's trying to,
Yeah.
we've got to sort of find the sweet spot and say, we're not going to be at 100% of the time, but we're not going to be understaffed 100% of the time. There's going to be times where things are just going to have to lag a little bit because of we're staffed at this level. This level is in between the two needs, or the greatest need and the opposite of just sitting around doing nothing. So I think we just have to be, you have to sort of figure out where is that efficiency spot in the grand scheme of things on a cycle that may change every 4, 5, 6, 7 years.
I certainly respect that conservative approach, but our number one issue is development and people's perception of what's happening in the community. And, I for one, would double down on it just because the resource has been so darn hard to get. If you have anybody in that organization leave, you're going to be back one again and down one again. And I just, it's so vital to our community and to everybody's perception of living here. And yes, development might start down, but all the renovation might crank up. I know it's cyclical, but I just feel like we're in a hole. We need to get out. I definitely agree with the consultants for the greater PDO requirement and using some consulting staff for some of the meat and potato stuff too. But I am just concerned about having enough resources.
I don't think we solve the problems associated with community perceptions of the quality of development with more planners. We solve that problem with better code.
Yes,
Which is what we're focusing on with a short-term requirement of consultants. What additional planners help us with in the long term is the ability to expedite development.
Or better manage
Well, I mean,
development.
Manage it, yeah.
better manage it, and expediting it is good.
Ultimately,
Improving the
it's going to be,
turnaround.
things are going to turn faster. That's the biggest impact of,
Well, isn't code enforcement part of planning?
that's up here.
I know,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Would be a
these are,
separate-
But it's not a planner.
I know,
Yeah.
but so I'm just getting confused. You're talking about hiring these, either one full-time or
Code enforcement, yeah.
or two, or are you saying wait?
And
You're saying
I'm
wait.
talking about planners.
Talking about something not on this list currently.
Which is the
Oh,
current
you're
open
talking- no,
position.
we're talking about something different, but we agree that we're going to add these.
Permit technician and code enforcement, I think, our
Because that,
assessment
in
is,
some ways, will expand capability a little bit, maybe.
does, yeah, because there's a lot of sharing of responsibilities in that department.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't, so this is something that's not on the list. I agree with you, Judy. I mean, I don't see any reason with the resources we have for us to be light. We don't have any excuses to be
May I
light.
offer a suggestion to move us to the next line? Why don't we change the economic development to planner and let us go back and evaluate on, the time and
I like
do we truly need that or not? Maybe it's contracted, again, it's contracted services that help us get over the hump without
Yeah, I mean,
burdening ourselves with a full-time person that we may find has nothing to do 4 years from now.
Yeah.
I would agree wholeheartedly with Jeff Batten's recommendation.
I support it.
Want to repeat that, Jeff?
Change economic development to planner
Planner.
position, and then let us go back and determine if that's really the best use of our resources, or is it better to plug in contracted services to get us through this high development period, and that way we can just release that contract and we don't have a person on staff that's sitting around doing very little.
and we could probably let the RFQ for the PDO rewrite this year, and then
Right.
begin on it, hopefully, maybe before the end of the year, but certainly no later than the beginning of next fiscal year.
Yes, I think that's the word, I think that's the way to go.
Plus any other interim contracting work to get some of these meat and potatoes moving.
Correct. I would say, I'll offer this. Excuse me. You know, where I'm seeing strain is, you know, I feel like, and Darren, again, please chime in as appropriate. But, you know, we have a planner position devoted who's, you know, pretty much mostly focused on the historic district. And that's very, very important to us in maintaining, you know, the development standards in that district. We have another senior planner, Alex Cameron, and then we have a director. So when we look at what it is that really bogs Darren down or consumes his resources, you know, I think there's another level in between a senior planner and a director. You know, you can have an assistant director, you can have a principal planner. So I think there may also be some reorganization that I think we need to evaluate. And it's, you know, the expectations of our community coming from council as well as business owners, property owners, developers, requires a high skill set that, you know, may not necessarily be a introductory planner position, if you will. I don't know, Darren, if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you hit that too, because, you know, a lot of my time is spent working on fence issues. It's working on permit issues. It's working on, you know, just some things that would be better suited by, you know, some of the other folks that in the department that have that experience, but they don't have it as part of it's not really part of their job description. So what we've talked about was, you know, creating, you know, elevating, you know, or moving somebody into a principal planner role that could free me up, and they could oversee some of that historic pres and some of the some of the routine planning needs that occur, which would then free me up to work on some of the more complex stuff, which is what, you know, I have the experience to do. So we've talked about that. So I think you can expect to see some of those changes potentially floated here within the next few months.
You all probably don't recall or aren't aware of this. Bruce was a principal planner. I don't think that he was used as a principal planner in the same role that as Darren is describing right now, but he just had that depth and breadth of knowledge and experience that he could handle all that for the planning department.
Yeah, that's correct. I think we'd look at the principal planner position. We would adjust it and add some supervisory duties on that, and then again, that could be handling some of the permit issue and stuff, some of the code enforcement stuff, just how we kind of rewrite that position.
Quite honestly, we're adding a planner right now. You could look at this from a standpoint of workforce development, and we have at least one candidate on staff right now that might be the next principal planner.
I think we're open to a wide latitude of your ideas on
Right.
how to
Yeah, I was going
get
to
us out
say,
of this hole.
I think this has been maybe one of the more helpful discussions or guidance from the council assembled. in this back and forth on the planning need and how to try to resolve that. I look forward to, you know, a little more formalized plan, I suppose, Jeff, on it.
Right.
And again, I would just make a couple points that I hope none of this PDO work, which we're going to bring forward, will slow up the more urgent needs, which we've identified. And as we go through that process, maybe as Jane was saying, I hope we'll have some sort of a streamlined committee of sorts, but because I don't want to see this bogged down with too much monthly meetings at 4 o'clock on some day. And you know, we can do better than that, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Is that fair, Council? We're certainly supporting the need to do right in the appropriate way you'll find for staffing in meeting the needs of the planning department.
I'm always willing to help.
And Jane's available.
I think you'll be on the committee.
Jane for hire.
I think you're,
So I want to find somebody who can do it if you don't want me to help.
All right, I think we've got the direction we need then for the planning department. You want to
We
move
do.
to library
We do.
services?
Yes, thank you so much. Council, appreciate that conversation. It was very helpful. The next one we have is library services. As you know, we're in the process of that needs assessment. This library staff number is, of course, going to fluctuate depending on the ultimate square footage of a library that the village may operate in the future. Also would be dependent on whether or not the village, has any part of the operations of the Tufts Archives as well. So right now, a library of 10 to 12,000 square feet, running approximately plus or minus 7 FTEs. I think when I did the benchmarking analysis statewide, I sorted all of the libraries across the state of North Carolina, and their average number of FTEs is right at 6.9 something. So it's right around 7 to operate that square footage
That
range.
size library, it wasn't for all of them, it was all of them in that size range, right?
Every North Carolina library between 10 and 12,000 square foot, the
Yeah.
average FTEs is 6.9.
Now, one thing, the current library is operated on a much smaller footprint than that. It's got 6,300 square feet, I guess, and if you count the whole building, it's more like 80, no, I guess it's 3,200 for the library right now, but the top floor, the main floor is 6,300, and then there's some basement storage. But 6,300 square foot, I'd be interested in that kind of a size, which the library has, after all these years been operating within. That kind of a size, how many people are we talking about, number one? And number two, if we look at the ETC survey that was done this summer for libraries, what public said they were willing to spend on operating expenses, if you do a weighted average of all the different, who's willing to spend 0 and more taxes, 1 cent and more taxes, all so forth, comes out a little south of $400,000 a year. It comes out to $383 or something like that. So if we were just going to spend what the public said they were willing to spend, what would we be talking about in terms of operating expenses and staff? Well, that would be the operating expenses. What would we be talking about for staff in that case, if that's all we had to spend?
Right,
And
right.
what size of a building would it be?
Yeah, and those, I don't have answers to those questions, obviously here today. Jane, you may recall when we had your last library work session discussion, the ultimate size of the facility that you decide is going to drive all of these numbers. So until there are some decisions made about how much space you want to provide, if any, above the current 3,825 square feet that's provided, we can certainly run sensitivity analysis at different square footages, as we move forward throughout that process. We're not going to have those decisions made, I don't believe, next week when your
No,
next
but-
meeting.
But we might think about it as we go along.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
so I have some information for you next week, for your work session next week, and we can talk through that. Right here, right on this sheet right here is is just a rough estimate. But, and the other thing that I do want to point out is, as it relates to library services, there is the model to outsource library services. Germantown, Tennessee outsources library services. Other libraries across the country outsource library services for the staff. So I think, once you maybe move forward in the process, I would suggest you consider evaluating both options and choosing the solution that is the best for our community. But along the lines of library staffing that would be needed, and the impact on our other current internal services departments, such as financial services, HR, IT, and B&G that we have listed there, some of that may be impacted whether you choose to insource or outsource. Some of it might not have any effect on that. But just as we are going through and we are trying to quantify the costs, the ongoing operational costs of operating a municipal library, these are the kinds of things that we are going to have to quantify, and that you would then ultimately, need to evaluate. So there's a lot of work that's going to go into quantifying the costs of this decision that you have in front of you.
Natalie, what's the present in the library now, staff?
The current library staff that's allocated, well, the problem is they're allocated across both.
I'm just talking about the library. What's this library and the library itself? Do you know?
What she said, she
Yeah.
can't say because they're allocated across both.
Yeah,
But these are not, it's not 7. It's less than 7.
Yeah.
These were for the 10,000 square.
I know, I just want to know
10,000.
what it was now. That's
Yeah.
all. But we
it's
can't get that number.
only
Got it.
3 full-time people, right?
Can't get that number, but
I think it's
but
3 or 4.
I would say square footage should just dictate FTEs. There's a possibility that design could influence
Oh, it does.
FTEs, and I think people are more reticent in design standards to try to make it so it could be operated with, not very little FTEs, but just maybe some are designed in such a way where there's such hidden corners, they need more staff and stuff like that. I think design can play a huge role in this.
Single
It
floor,
does.
open
And
floor
let me-
plan,
can I add to
minimizes
that?
staff.
Can I add to that real quick?
Yeah.
For one thing, Kevin is absolutely right. So to operate a 2-floor library would require additional staff. There would be additional operating costs. Same square footage on 2 floors, it's a higher cost to operate the 2-floor building. Same thing with if services are dispersed, let's say between a library building and the, if services are being offered in multiple locations as opposed to one, that also impacts staffing as well. So
Again, we're not going
not
to,
gonna-
nobody's suggesting 7 is the right number or 1 is the right number. This is a placeholder. We're going to solve this problem later.
That's fine with me.
What does it mean about the library would also impact financial services, human resources, IT, and so forth?
Going to get to that, yeah.
So, so let me explain that. If we have, we have buildings and ground staff that, change light bulbs, fix problems with faucets and,
Take care of the grounds.
wash buildings, so on. If we have another building to maintain, we may or may not have capacity in our buildings and ground staff to add that incremental work without adding resources there. Now, that could be a contract services or something else, but just recognize that the addition of an entirely new work system to our portfolio of government services is going to impact other departments. There will be more people to hire, onboard, pay every week, more bills to pay, more contracts, more, all of those, more technology, I just wanted to point out to you that
It's incremental.
staff may go beyond the direct FTEs that might be in that, let's say, department.
What's the financial services component? Is that
Contracts that Brooke would have to manage.
Accounts payable, I mean, yeah, it's,
Bills.
okay?
Yeah.
Got it.
Payroll.
We're setting up a whole new
Payroll.
account for,
Are we doing the grounds now?
No,
Yeah.
We do everything near it, but we don't do it.
No,
Right.
I thought we did help some with
no.
that.
Mm-mm.
So I really, to keep us moving forward, I just wanted to, on this slide, point out that as we're doing the cost estimates, there's going to be a lot of effort involved there, and it's going to reach further than just the direct FTEs that may work in the building.
That's great to know, Natalie, thanks.
We also
That's the
have
detail we want, yeah.
We also have an opportunity, I think, there in staffing, though, outside of librarians that we need, more than one.
What's that?
Outside of the librarians that we might need for that facility, we don't necessarily need to go to 7 straight up. But I think you have a lot of volunteer capacity, because they have a
That's a great
cadre of volunteers already,
Great point.
And you'll see in your final report, the recommendations obviously going to be
Another
the same.
opportunity to utilize volunteers.
Engage them.
engaging volunteers.
They do,
Utilize
they leverage that
volunteers.
already.
Yeah, they do, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go on to the next one so we can get to Lauren's balanced scorecard. The next is public appearance, and environmental, and, maybe Jeff Batten, you might want to take, this one and the next one, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I can take these. One of in the streets and grounds or buildings and grounds, this is a recognition that if a library comes on board with municipality, we do have to do something potentially about the maintenance. Maintenance of the facility, maintenance of the grounds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This also is recognizing that beautification committee is pushing more and more landscaped areas out into the community, and ultimately we've got to continue to be able to maintain those. And so we're trying to sort of just looking ahead to build in the capacity over, this 5-year horizon to address that as well. Some of that needs more fleshing out, more evaluation, more study, but we're just trying to make the projections here.
Like that people will enjoy what the village center has enjoyed, a high quality of streets and grounds.
And our
extending the
beautification
reach.
committee is pretty aggressively looking at other areas, if you will, to enhance
Right.
landscape, particularly in some of our gateways, like coming in from Highway 5 South. But as we add those new areas, we have to also then begin maintaining them. So that's a recognition of that. The next one down is the solid waste floater concept. The way things operate right now in our solid waste department, we operate about 50% of the time short-staffed because of vacations, sick leave, unexpected illnesses, whatever the case may be. And we are constantly pulling from streets and grounds staff over to our solid waste staff to backfill because that's top priority on a daily basis. So we backfill solid waste by shortchanging our streets and grounds function. The concept here is to hire that solid waste person to backfill 50% plus of the time that we're short, and then let them backfill over to streets and grounds when we don't have to have them there. But they would be hired as, in theory, as a solid waste staff member, so that's their first obligation. This is also in conjunction with the next line there about solid waste. We are going to embark on a little study this year of whether we should insource some of our contracted areas. Pine Wild is the major one. Pine Wild is, 900 homes. That's in and to itself one full day of service. And so if we insource that, it's going to require, without question, additional staff. The problem that we may run into is then what does those additional staff need to do on the other days? So that's something we're going to have to work out. But we're going ahead and just at least putting it in here as making you aware that as we go through that study of insourcing solid waste services, it could trigger this additional staffing need. If we ultimately remain with a contracted situation, then likely these 1 to 3 go away. That is in that line 2 there. Yet to be determined what's going to be the most financially efficient way for us to do this.
Will we get any revenue from Pine Wild residents if we take over?
No.
But they now pay.
They pay through their property tax, just like everyone else.
We pay the contractors.
Oh, we pay the
We pay it,
contractor.
yeah. Through their, it's paid,
Okay.
the contract is through us.
So it's a wash.
To provide the service.
Question is, what's
The
the most
pass-through. Yeah,
effective
yeah.
and efficient way for us to do that?
Okay,
We need to make that,
okay,
we need to do that evaluation.
okay, good.
So that's kind of where we are on these 2 items in terms of projecting over the next 5 years.
I think, Jeff, you mentioned before, I mean, I think you've done some, and Mike's in the room, right, hopefully, but you've done some route mapping for solid waste, and I think you mixed up the routes a little bit to try to even them out and have a little bit of capacity in there. But, I mean, for many years, the issue or the issue of pulling, we've always, I guess I should say, pulled streets and grounds in to do solid waste work. And so we kind of said, should we flip it and have our solid waste staffed up and then let them supplement streets and grounds instead? So
That's what Jeff described earlier,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything to
Ready.
add, Mike?
Nope, I think that was very well said.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the last one on here, the last one on here is internal workforce financial work systems, if you will. And we've identified potential needs in finance and HR. In terms of financial services, they are and have been for quite some time maxed out. In terms of as our spending level has gone up, as our use of reserve employees, on-call employees, seasonal employees has increased. It's increased the number of paychecks we're writing every 2 weeks, and we've also implemented procedures that have caused additional workload for contracting in terms of making sure that we're getting certificates of insurance, and we put some procedures in place there. And so this position, we're thinking it's probably a half of FTE, could be up to 1, over time, depending on what we do with the library. But we definitely have a workload capacity in the finance department, somewhat similar, comparable to what's going on.
Let me jump in and simplify this a little bit. We have workload pressures all across the staff. But in terms of who's here burning the midnight oil every night and who's truly the most, just my management perception, who's the most strained, it's financial services followed by human resources. And it's only going to get worse if we add a library and add more people. So it may be the number 1 priority right there.
And we said that these numbers, the half-time to 1 FTE, is separate from, that is the current strain on staff. It's separate from the library.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know if Burke or Angie want to chime in.
Yeah.
But at least, as Jeff said, I think from a financial perspective, these are our employees who are probably working most of the overtime that our administrative staff works. And it's fairly significant. It's a fairly significant amount on a regular basis.
Usually a good indicator where there's need for more staff, where the overtime
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Okay. So none of this is in the 5-year plan right now. Unfortunately, so.
Add that in there.
We've got our work cut out for us, and some priorities to, to set. So, this is what we'll be working on over the course of the next several months. And as I mentioned, we do require our department heads to submit the justification, the data and the support. And that is what we as a strategic planning team use to determine priorities along with what council's priorities are, what your areas of focus are as well. So
Yeah,
that's helpful. Are there any questions council may have about these?
I have one, I just mentioned to Jeff or Natalie. If none of this is in the 5-year plan, that implies that all of these needs have surfaced in the last 12 months. Because otherwise, they would have been in the 5-year plan starting a year ago.
Several of these have been discussed in the past.
Yeah.
And they just haven't
Funded.
kind of made the cut for the 5-year plan. And we might find that some of this still doesn't make the cut for the 5-year plan. I talked about how we addressed the firefighter issue in a previous decision round. But point's well taken. I mean, there are some things that, like, for example, we don't have the library staff,
Yeah. And you
potential
wouldn't.
library staff in the plan because we didn't know where we were going to go with that.
We had a list that we proposed last year at the same
We've
time.
been looking at solid waste for quite some time.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, I don't recall having a discussion like this last year, though. I think this is very helpful.
Well, we
I mean,
did.
we did talk about workforce needs, but I don't recall it being quite
wasn't
as
this, it
dramatic
clearly
and deep.
wasn't this extensive. That's a,
Well,
Sorry?
and
it
that,
wasn't this extensive.
Yes,
In terms
yes.
of
and the
So-
perceived requirements, yeah.
I think the subject of the transportation planner, I think got people off track last year.
Yeah.
I think if you just talked about adding a planning person, that would have been much more well-received. Yeah, and yeah, that they're going to have a talent, but they really are going to be part of the planning team.
Right. I think that's,
So I made
I think, yeah.
made a little list as we went along through the discussion of things that will cost money in addition to the list of possible extra capital investments. Pension contributions might go up. Then there's the street improvements, which are not on either the baked-in list or the new capital improvements list. Workforce needs, capital project operating expenses, other than workforce. Future unanticipated capital needs, just as John suggested. There may be things a year or two from now that pop up that we don't know about now. And then economic uncertainty due to the COVID and everything else, so. It's quite a
Yeah.
list of things.
There's a
Yeah,
lot to wrestle with here.
I want to go back to John's comment or question, if I can. In your retreat last year, we identified potential workforce needs, but they were not funded in the plan. But we discussed at your retreat last year, we had traffic enforcement officers, we had economic development, half-time with 1 FTE, we had a half-time code enforcement, we had a transportation planner, we had 1 to 3 streets and grounds, 3 solid waste, event coordinator, and HR. So, to your point, John, they're not new. They didn't all come up this year.
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
I guess to be clear, I wasn't criticizing.
Yeah.
What I'm realizing, because I think I've seen over some time, certainly the last 12 months and in the past with village government, is that you all done a wonderful job of fitting and piecing and managing the total number of staff to fulfill all the needs that we have. So when I see this list, and we've gone through and everything's got an important assignment there, important information, I see that we probably are at that point that we haven't quite reached in years past where we really now need to do some things staff-wise to make it all work.
Yeah, it could be, and the title of the slide is potential. This isn't,
Yeah.
don't interpret this as a recommendation yet. We've got a lot of analysis to do at the staff
Yeah.
level.
Yeah,
This is
but
just-
I just, in fairness, I just think while it might have been in last year's, it's a more in-depth discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
So when you come forward with the plan, and you'll be talking about some of these, now we know more about the background as we go
Exactly.
forward. Yeah, good.
And that was exactly our intent, John, of covering those with you. So thank you, council, for your discussion on that.
Great.
Thank you, Natalie.
Okay, are you ready to move forward to potential changes to the balanced scorecard? Okay, maybe take a time out. Let's do a quick 5-minute comfort break. Does that sound all right? Okay.
We
Mute
got
your
to the balanced
microphones, please.
scorecard. Okay.
one more official bit of business here with the balanced scorecard, and then we did leave a placeholder on the agenda if you so choose to take up the conversation about the key partner and collaborator list. We typically have that on the council agenda for discussion at the retreat, just for the partnerships of making sure we have the right assignments of council members as the liaisons to those. And then anything else that needs to be discussed. So we'll keep us moving forward to the balanced scorecard. I would direct you to turn in your notebooks to your balanced scorecard tab, and in there you will see the FY21 balanced scorecard. This is the current corporate balanced scorecard that we have. And today, like we did last year, I just want us to review this scorecard to see if we are okay to affirm our goals, our strategic objectives, and that we have the right key performance indicators on the scorecard. With regards to our numbers, our projections, our actuals, all of that, that is a process that I will complete between now and January. I do an update to our actual results. I update our 5-year projections and 5-year goals. So I will make all of those amendments based on our discussions this week and going forward. So it's really to focus to make sure we've got the right wording in place. So when you review this scorecard, you can start with the goals in mind. So do our balanced scorecard goals answer the question what we intend to accomplish? And so I am going to pull up the scorecard here on the screen. And you'll see I've got, this is the document on the screen that is proposed changes. So this is the one that we'll kind of mark up. And I have already started a couple of amendments based on our conversation yesterday. But let's just start in the goal column. So you see where my cursor is on the screen. So if you'll look down there, our goal number 1, safeguard the community. And you can look down that whole list of goals there. Promote high quality development and appearance, promote a thriving business community, promote transportation, mobility, and connectivity, protect the environment, promote active living and cultural opportunities, professionally manage a high-performing organization, attract and retain an engaged workforce, and maintain a healthy financial condition. We have refined these over the years. From my perspective, I think that we are spot on for the most part with these goals. I have not noted anything over the year from my perspective, looking at all of our KPIs and initiatives that align to these things, to necessarily change the wording of the goal. But council, this is the time to consider any amendments that you may wish to make to the goals. I see thumbs up by Kevin.
You're looking for suggestions?
Do you have any suggestions to amend any of these goals or to affirm these goals?
I'm not quite sure. I'll ask the question to the council. I'm looking at number 6, promote active living and cultural opportunities. We had quite a long discussion about that yesterday, and it just popped in my mind here as I'm looking down the list. Is that the way we're still defining that, or did we end up? I was looking back at my own notes here when we started, but.
Well, I think what we changed fits under this. So, in other words, there's things we changed, but it still fits under provide recreation programs and facilities and provide cultural services and events. In other words, the things we changed still fit under these.
Okay, well then.
Right, I think that, and I think the items that we discussed yesterday were specific to the arts by day, golf by day, arts by night.
Shop by day.
Objective, which
Right.
is different than a goal.
Yeah.
Right. So that is different. This is more based on, if you think about what our Parks and Recreation services offer, they offer, the recreation programs and facilities, and they offer our events that we put on as well, our cultural events that.
There was
that
an
we host.
additional budget item for additional arts events.
Mm-hmm.
Cultural.
Yep, it's part into the operating budget now.
Cultural, so, I mean.
Lauren, I have a question.
Seems like this is still accurate. But we changed a lot, but by luck, we weren't so specific in these that they're still accurate.
I heard a question by Lydia.
Yeah, number 5, To me, I'm not sure if that description matches the things we do. If everybody else is comfortable with that, I am too, but protecting the environment doesn't seem to really reflect stormwater management and, I mean, conserving natural resources it does, but I'm not sure if all these other objectives are summarized accurately by protecting the environment.
Fair statement.
So we have changed that one in years past, and we have amended it to this, this latest version to house all three of those. We wanted some sort of goal, and we felt like stormwater points to the environment, not necessarily just roads. So we moved it away from goal 4 and put it to goal 5 when we changed it to protect the environment. And then, of course, conserving natural resources, the way we do that is primarily through our recycling services that we have here. And then the solid waste services, of course, is just ensuring that we do our part to provide the solid waste collection services in an appropriate manner. It certainly can be up for discussion if you feel like we need to change that back. And I don't have the previous versions. I can probably look one up to see what we called it in the past. But I believe we changed that.
And when I think of
Last
protect the
year?
environment, the things we've listed just don't seem to be, like I said, there seems to be a disconnect, but I can't think of better terminology.
Maybe it's the word protect. I mean, it's like,
Maybe it's more like protect our environment.
no, I mean, I think I remember this discussion. I felt like stormwater was in some way environmental, and you're trying to feed the water back into the water table.
That's true.
That's a stretch, but okay.
That's a stretch, but that's what.
No, it's not a stretch. It's a big deal. That's why on-site retention is such an important element of stormwater management.
Yes,
Because you're
Jeff, I agree
promoting
with that.
infiltration rather than sending that stuff all the way out to the ocean.
Yes, it needs to go down into the water table. That I understand.
We've actually had it on here for several. I'm back to 18. I don't know where my memory is. But we have had it as protect the environment for
But
several
to
years
Lydia's
now.
point, I think we all have struggled with
What to call this.
this one repeatedly. I don't know what the right answer is.
I'll sleep on it.
I agree, it's less than perfect.
Maybe we don't have much teeth in the conserve natural resources.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing that Lydia's feeling.
The back row says preserve the environment.
Preserve the environment.
That's what it says.
I like that better.
They're saying it on the back row, preserve the environment.
It might be more accurate.
Yeah.
I thought it was the word protect that seemed out of place.
Preserve the environment.
That seems to
Does the
fit
second row
better.
have an option?
And by second row, I just meant me, sorry, so.
But it doesn't seem like we're overstating it by saying preserve the environment. Whereas I think it might have.
Reserve.
Sustain,
Environmental management?
sustain the environment?
Environmental management.
Management is a task, it's not an outcome. In other words, what do we want to achieve?
Intend to
Intend to promote or preserve or
protect.
protect.
I like preserve. I do. Does that help you at all, Lydia?
Yeah, it does.
It's all about you, Lydia.
It's just like I said, there seemed to be this disconnect between the items on the right and this description here.
I'm going to predict that we're going to revisit this question next year.
All right,
Okay,
let it go.
let's try preserve. We can change it again next year. if we
So I'm
like.
hearing preserve the environment. Council? Think that's better?
I
Okay.
support that.
Any other proposed changes to the goals? Specific to just the goals?
Living.
No? Okay, we'll move to strategic objectives. And you'll see on the slideshow, we say, do our strategic objectives answer the question, how we will accomplish our strategic goals? What must we achieve to remain or become competitive and ensure our long-term success? I have already made a couple of changes on the screen. I'll zoom in on them a little bit. Based on some conversation that we had yesterday. Specific to Goal 2, I split enforce codes and ordinances and manage development into 2 separate strategic objectives. And I still think, based on our areas of focus, the focus still remains on manage development rather than enforce codes and ordinances. And we already had the KPIs that aligned appropriately to those 2 separate strategic objectives.
I wonder if we're still kind of missing something on those.
Between these 2?
That description, managed development. I mean, to what end? In other words, managing development isn't necessarily good or bad. What do we want to accomplish?
How will we promote high-quality development and appearance? We will.
Strategic objective about how we will retain the character of Pinehurst.
Something about the character, yeah.
Character or well-planned.
High quality.
How?
Manage high-quality development, yeah.
And it's fine the way it is. It's fine the way it is, I think. We all know what we're talking about.
Do we?
Well, I think I would say how we will manage some kind of development. I think an adjective would be good there.
Manage appropriate development or?
You said something, it's very wordy, but something like manage development
Character.
to
Character would be.
to ensure high quality and in character, something like.
But manage in character development.
Congruent.
Well, what did you put in the
Yesterday.
challenges?
Congruent development.
Growth, something, something. It was
Get
pretty
there.
good. I have to find it.
It's managing the quality.
Managing growth in a way that protects the village's character. That was good.
Long.
Manage growth.
Now here would be managed development, or you could say growth, but managed development in a way that
Protects
protects
character.
the village's character, yeah.
I can embrace that.
And you're free to shorten that.
Manage development to protect
Protect,
village character.
There you go, bingo.
Or character of the village, either way.
That
Yeah.
matches closer to.
Very nice indeed.
something like that, okay?
Is the goal to protect character?
By managing high-quality development.
Right.
Well, how we will protect.
The goal would be to protect
We
our,
update the PDL.
yeah. And we would do that by managing high-quality development.
Pursuing high-quality development?
So the verb, the introductory verb under the strategic objective is, it's an action.
What, manage?
Manage.
Yeah, but I don't think we have to get too far lost in the sauce on that.
That phrase again? Would you just,
I think we were good the way we had it.
You said manage development to protect village character?
Yeah,
Yep.
I like that.
What's wrong with that, Natalie? Is that okay?
It's a little wordy, but it's okay. It's not
How about manage congruent development?
Jeff's fault.
How about congruent?
It's fewer
Manage
words
the
than
character-
enhance the appearance of public spaces.
You're saying
I
it
don't
has an
think-
outcome in there, though, so
Yeah,
We put an outcome in there.
manage the character of development, manage the,
or protect?
The outcome
No,
should be the
village
goal.
character.
So there should be no managed development to do anything, because
Right.
whatever you say after to do should be the goal.
Yeah, protect the
proposing,
Right.
but the goal is instead of promote high-quality development, the goal is character. It's preserve character is maybe the goal, and you do that by ensuring high-quality development.
So you're changing number
Want
2
to change
now?
the goal.
So she's
I'm just-
proposing maybe something like preserve the character.
No,
He's talking about
She's changing the goal.
He's talking about, yeah.
He's talking about changing the goal.
This goal.
I'm just
Goal number 2.
suggesting that if you feel the need to
Y'all see what I'm doing?
explain the why behind a strategic objective, that is supposed to
can't see
be
that.
included in the goal.
You can't see what I typed.
Oh,
So
That is really
What
weird.
you're saying is it's implied that managed development to promote high-quality
You're not-
development and appearance.
you're not sharing.
Right. Correct.
Hey, Jason, do you know why?
You're not
We
sharing.
got a technical problem, Jason.
So I'm typing on the screen and sharing,
Yeah.
I'm typing some changes and they're not showing
Yeah,
up
I've
on
been
here.
watching you type vigorously with no
I'm like,
outcome.
I'm typing that.
Are you,
The keyboard hard enough.
are you sharing the document?
hit the side of the monitor.
What, Jason? Word.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, don't let us get too far off the rails.
There we
Natalie.
go. There we are. Haha. So Natalie, you were suggesting perhaps changing the goal to something like preserve the character of the village.
If council feels the need to put the word "to" behind a strategic objective and
This part.
explain why, then that really should be what the goal is. And I think hearing you say is the real goal is preserving character.
I agree.
I think,
And you-
but preserving character is more, it has to do with more than development.
Does.
Well, actually, now the,
Character, I mean, there are elements of character in a lot of our goals.
Too many words in that somewhere.
what if you say preserve the, are we really talking about housing here?
The goal as it stands now
development.
relates to not only housing, but the appearance of public spaces. So you
Yeah,
can
because you've
see-
got that first one there. So that's,
Well, and this
Right.
is development in general.
How about preserve the character
Oh, I
of
see
our
what you're
development?
saying.
and
Maybe it is
appearance?
more than just development, huh?
Right,
yes, if
It
you,
is more than development.
Goal is about preserving character.
yeah,
right.
I think that
It's
works.
about municipal, it's about visual appearances, quality of neighborhoods. Yeah, it's bigger than just.
Preserve and enhance?
No.
Yeah. I like
Preserve,
that.
no, preserve the character.
Static.
Sounds like a museum kind of thing.
About managed,
Of
about managed development and appearance to preserve
That's what we,
the character of the village.
that's what Natalie just got us away from.
Preserve,
But then you'd have a different objective.
preserve the appearance.
preserve the character of the village with high-quality development and appearance.
You could do that.
Just rewording what you have up there.
Alternatively, you can leave it just as it was. And just
Maybe we should go back to where we started from.
and manage
I think-
development.
Yeah, I think we were
I think
okay.
managing the
Yeah.
development is a key thing that you want to do based on our conversations. So I think
Yes.
it's fine to leave it as promote high-quality development, because that's what you
But
ultimately are
appearance
trying to
is part
do.
of this, though.
Yeah. Well, we've got it in the,
Have here, and then it
And
links to this
appearance,
one,
yeah.
right?
We've basically
and village
defined
character
character
and
by
appearance, right?
saying
Okay.
it's high quality
wanna-
development and appearance.
I think it would be good to keep the character there.
On that one, under
Yeah,
the,
under managed development.
Here.
Because that's really what we're doing with the form-based pattern books and all that stuff, and what we do with the
Can we
HPC.
get away
and-
with that, Natalie?
You can make it whatever you want it to be.
I know.
That's right.
Adverbs, and nouns, and
Looks great, move on.
And you just might put enforced codes after the managed development.
go after things.
So there was a little bit of discussion yesterday. I think someone mentioned
technically, when you enforce code enforcement, that helps with appearance, right?
Yes.
But everybody's still okay to keep them as separate strategic objectives, right? Yes, okay,
Because enforcing codes and ordinances is primarily on the private side of the
right.
property line, if you will.
Property side.
And public.
This is
space
more the
obviously
public
outside of
realm.
Public realm.
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. The next strategic objective that I was proposing perhaps a change to because of conversation yesterday was, do we need to change the wording of support businesses and facilitate economic development?
Pare it down to support businesses.
Support businesses.
Thought we said
Seems pretty
partner,
bland.
we used the word partner a lot. Yesterday,
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
we were talking about business relationships and stuff like that.
Partner to support businesses? Partner to,
More than just
Not
partnering.
partner. I think.
I think it's the
support
broad
businesses
brush of
is enough.
support, all the things we do to support businesses, to include
Which we
communications.
identified yesterday, or we discussed yesterday.
I mean, like our Welcome Center is an example of
That's right.
something we. To promote a thriving business, wayfinding signage helps promote a thriving business community. Streetscape improvements help do that.
It just seems so passive, support businesses. It seems just.
Well,
very-
this is where we had the partner word on the table a minute ago, but it was this whole idea I was talking about of trying to develop a better working relationship with our businesses, including landlords and restaurants and retailers throughout the community.
I think if I
Support
could
business
chime
environment.
in on this one. If you think back to the definition at the very top, Lauren Scott, it's how we will, right? So this is what will we do?
Yeah.
And John, I think what you're saying is we will communicate with businesses. Other than that, what specific actions do we as staff need to take in order to promote a thriving business community, other than communicate with them?
Well, I think-
Currently, we've done the things like the parking, retail parking, the curbside pickup that we did back earlier this year.
I'm
Right.
talking on an ongoing basis, like an ongoing operational basis, because as we mentioned, there's no one on village staff right now
Right.
really
Well,
focused on
Right,
this,
there's no
other
business
than the fact that, of our Welcome Center. I mean, other than the Welcome Center
Well,
right now.
You're reviewing marketing right now. You're-
Right, marketing would fit here.
you're
And I think we
evaluating-
had Market Village in here in the past.
You're evaluating, I think.
And is it really, is it like the business owners and the property owners?
Business owners and property owners, yeah.
Yes.
Are we just trying to support the business community through a
Yes.
variety of means? That's landscape and responding to environmental conditions that have changed. Landscape enhancements downtown.
I'm not sure if you're not supporting residents by promoting a thriving business community too. So, helping resident, it helps residents, businesses, visitors.
Question is, how are we promoting a thriving business community?
correct.
Yeah.
And I think it just seems like nebulous.
You guys, a partnership with the Holly Arts, there's all kinds of things that you guys are
We
doing.
do different ways to support, and it's to support the business, it's something along the lines of supporting the business community in multiple ways currently. We don't have a designated person on staff who's dedicated to doing business relations.
Right.
We don't have someone dedicated for economic development, but it's a general support service that we currently offer through a variety of departments.
Right.
Right, that's a good way to
So it's
characterize it.
vague for a reason.
Say that again, Jeff?
I don't know that we're going to do any better than that right there.
Support the business community.
It is very
It's
vague
got-
and broad, but
Well, yeah, that may be right in the wording. The issues come back to what we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
This idea, and I think I think, although we don't have a staff person involved yet, I think this is an area that each of the council members has ideas and things to work
that we
on,
can
and can
do,
take up part of this responsibility. And so it's, again, it's reaching out to the landlords and the businesses, and also marketing in the areas we talked about yesterday. We're going to fine tune at another point in the future here. That's the concept, and maybe we just, support businesses, but I suspect there's a little bit better than that. Maybe Judy has an idea.
Well, I mean, maintain and enhance the appearance of public spaces. That's a huge asset, for the business community. If we set the table in the village center and around their businesses, that makes it a more attractive place to walk to. So I don't know how we
some of
get
these things
much
are
more
interrelated.
definition. Yeah,
They will be
exactly.
interrelated, that's right.
I guess this is meant, though, to be a more direct description of what we can do direct with the business community itself. It's not, the other issues of keeping up the landscaping and all of that, that helps. But this is a direct interface with the business community, as I see it.
How we promote a thriving business community. How do we promote a thriving business
And
community?
the question becomes, how we.
Well, you do a welcome center.
Have a welcome center.
You have a welcome center,
We
you are-
communicate with an e-news
it's a
monthly.
catch-all of a lot
Without
of
the
different
village,
things.
the
That's
Holly
why I
Arts
don't know that
wouldn't
we
happen
can
this
define
year.
it better.
Yeah. Megan and Mark and.
Yep.
I think I'm going to agree with Jeff Sanborn. I think that's probably as good as it gets, and
Okay,
everyone should
let's
give
move
Jeff
on.
Okay,
a
all
round
right.
of applause.
I think we've got consensus.
Yeah.
Okay. Those were the only proposed changes I had to strategic objectives, my apologies. Any other changes to the strategic objectives that you all see? No from Kevin.
Wait, can we see the bottom of the list again? Oh, I've got it right here.
Absolutely, I'll scroll down.
Well, you don't have the changes, though, Lydia.
Oh, yeah, I can see those way down at the bottom of the list, and that has no changes.
Changes down there, is there? No.
Okay.
Council, any others? And since we really have not added a new strategic objective or changed the purpose of the strategic objective, I did not have any proposed changes to the KPIs associated.
The KPIs drive the way we ask questions on the community survey, though, right? So,
Some of them.
some of them.
Some of them come from other sources.
It doesn't drive how we ask them.
Yeah.
We do already ask these. And we ask many other questions too, which we also measure. A lot of them are measured, not all, but a lot are also measured on departmental balance scorecards as well to ensure we're capturing those results.
But to John's point, the ones that are linked to the community survey, if we wanted to change the wording, we will want to make sure that.
Right, we would have to change it in the survey. That's correct. Yes, yes, yes. And we'd also want to be careful we don't change the intent of the question that then would change the historical data that we have collected for that question. Anybody have any?
I do, Lauren. I have
Questions?
one thing.
Sure.
I'm looking at the SOAR analysis, the R in SOAR results. I saw a note, resident satisfaction with the quality of commercial development. And I have a note here to add that to
Yep.
the 21.
We don't have the result for that to add to a corporate card right now. So
Yeah.
it would be a question to add to the community, or to the community survey.
Next year.
And then for next year, consider adding it to the corporate card.
Okay, other than that, I don't see anything else.
Well, why wouldn't we be adding it now then? This is a proposal for this coming year's SOP. We're going to measure that next summer.
We could, we just wouldn't have any actual results to put in yet.
I'd be
I don't know
okay.
if you have a basis to set a goal.
I think we'd be on
Right, we would not have a basis to set a goal to it. We wouldn't have anything to
benchmark.
establish a goal from.
I think we'd understand.
I think it would certainly be appropriate next year.
Benchmark data out there that we could set a preliminary goal with?
We could look and we could try to find it if there's any with that same question.
Comparative,
know.
something?
Good.
It's not a question I'm used to seeing on surveys, but not to say there isn't something out there.
So it would be, that one would be added to this managed development to protect
Yeah,
village character. Is that right, Natalie?
yeah, it would go after 2.3.
It would be a 2.5.
Oh, yeah, it's in there. It lines up to there.
Why don't I make a note that says, consider adding a 2.5.
Maybe we can do the benchmark research and see if we
Right.
can find something out there. 'Cause
And if I have something that I think we have enough data to propose a new one before January, I will add it when I come back with the presentation to you all in January for the balanced scorecard.
With the advent of the First Health Cancer Center, USGA, there's going to be some development around for people to
Yeah.
assess and give us their feedback on. So I think that's good.
Perfect. Any other changes to this that you're seeing right now? I take that as a no. Lydia, you good? I'm not looking at the screen either. Sorry.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Okay. I will work on those, get the new actuals and projections plugged in, and bring you back something in January. Now we're down to other business. So council, we did have the list of key partners and collaborators to pull up for you if you want to identify or affirm any of the liaisons for them. We can do that today if you wish, or if you have any other business that you would like to take up at this time. Is it okay to look at
Other
this?
business, other than, do we want to look at the partners and collaborators list? Yeah. We want to talk,
Not planning on changing anything, are we?
That's up to you guys. So that's, annually you get the chance to look at this and switch anything up. Of course, some of the ones, let's see, Beth, you said the ones that are not highlighted are specific to the positions, right?
Typically, mayor pro tem are the liaisons for those.
For the ones not highlighted.
Right, the resort,
Right, so the ones highlighted are the ones
oh,
that
you're up here. Yeah, I'm good.
could be up for consideration. Yes, I'm sorry. So we've got TARPO, DOT and TARPO, Transportation Committee, Tri-Cities, Library Working Group, and Partners in Progress. Are there any changes to those that are highlighted currently for assigned liaisons?
I'd like a chance to look at this and talk to the council members about it. I
Okay.
don't see any change, but there may be some adjustments that we want to discuss. So maybe I better
Wanna-
do
you
that,
wanna-
and we'll just
Take it.
get that in January with our meetings.
Beth, is that good for you?
I have I have one question, one comment, maybe two questions. Jane and I both have beautification and BPAC, and those meetings right now have been conflicting.
Have been what?
So let's just keep that in mind, so.
What did you say, Lydia? They have been what?
Conflicting.
Because they occur at the same time?
Yeah, first, yeah, same Monday of every month, one at 3:30 and one at 4. Also, the new chairman of the board of the Chamber of Commerce is wondering if we should have a liaison to the Chamber of Commerce.
Who is the new
I don't know
chairman?
I'm sorry, John, what?
Who is the new chairman?
He's Michael Barbera, and he's interested in marketing Pinehurst. I mean, that's an interest of his. And he just became the new chair. Linda Parsons has asked me to go to lunch with her. So I'm just throwing that out there to see if it makes sense. And again, it's not a decision that has to be made right now.
I'll tell you what, Lauren, can you just add a line there, Chamber of Commerce, leave it
I
blank?
sure will.
And I'll discuss, Jeff and I can talk about it, and in this case, Lydia, we'll look at these other lists, especially with the light of some of them not being active right now, some of the committees.
Okay.
Just to add, Lydia, they changed the BPAC schedule. I'm not sure if you were aware or not, but because Darren is sitting on it also, believe we changed these meetings to the first Thursday quarter, and these are quarterly meetings. So they'll fall on the first Thursday.
Okay,
No?
I like that.
Well, never mind. Mark just said no.
That's, yeah, we actually changed from the first Thursday to the second Monday quarterly for BPAC.
Oh.
To make that available for Darren because of his Thursday obligations.
Vacation is the first Monday.
Yes.
Right.
That sounds right.
So you're not conflicted.
Okay, so I'm hearing, let's save this, put a pin in it, let you all discuss these partnerships and the liaisons for them, and you'll come back after having some time to make some conversation and come back at a council meeting in January for that.
And Beth, with the changes that Lauren's making, would you just circulate that to the council next week sometime? This new list, we've made it a couple changes right here.
Sure.
Just send it around once you have a chance.
You just added Chamber of Commerce.
Well, we have a Chamber of Commerce, and it looks like some other things we could look over.
I just added the chamber, that was it.
And we'll put you in that, John.
Okay. Any other business that you need to take up? No?
Lydia, anything else you want to add? Any other kind of business?
Nothing comes to mind, John, thank you.
Judy, Jane, Kevin? Jeff
Happy
Sanborn.
hour to the end of next year's retreat. I won't be here.
It's 3 o'clock, Kevin, that's your time, right? Okay, so we just finished the strategic planning retreat. We will come back in January for you to adopt the balanced scorecard and begin the development of the strategic operating plan. And thank you all for your guidance on this. I think we've got exactly what we need to get the direction going, for the direction we need to get going on this, and really appreciate that.
I know it takes a lot of planning. Thanks for all your planning. That's smooth, really smooth.
Beautiful job.
And somehow, 2 days in a row, we got done exactly at the right time.
Somehow.
Thus you're talking to.
Pre-retreat meeting is, let's credit that.
I'm going to add that to
It
our
did
plus
not end on
delta.
time.
Let's all shop in the village tonight. Special night in the
yeah.
village of Pinehurst.
Council, I will ask, like we do at all meetings, that we have a plus delta time. So anything that went well with the retreat, or anything that you wish for us to change going forward. I did add, just based on conversation yesterday, it seemed to like the ordering of the OFI review by the prioritized strategic opportunities. I think that the flow of that conversation went well to be able to get through those big items first.
I have an alternate suggestion
Okay.
for next year. I think we would be better served to organize our OFI review by BSC goal.
Okay.
Because
That could be.
had a long list of other OFIs we didn't consider, and some of that stuff was important. We had to go back and cover it after the fact because it wasn't oriented on a comp
Well, that's
plan
only because
strategic
the rest of you
objective.
people didn't go through the other 73 OPs.
Yeah, if we
Some of
stayed
us
in the
read
same
through 'em.
subject matter.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other,
Nope.
I'll put that over here, over deltas, sorry.
Yeah, Lauren, I missed the quadrant.
For prioritization?
Well, you know where we had the 4 quadrants and the urgency and whatever it was, that was helpful last year, and I
Yeah.
guess we did that differently.
That prioritization drill we did.
Right.
Okay.
So you would rather do the 4 quadrants than do the prioritization
No,
numbering?
actually, I'll leave that up to staff to decide.
Okay, so
you
maybe
know.
consider.
They didn't do any prioritization numbering.
They did, for strategic opportunities. That's what the 4 quadrants was to prioritize strategic opportunities last year.
I thought it was all of it was strategic opportunities, strategic challenges.
It was strategic opportunities.
Oh, do we do
The
it for
4
OFIs too?
quadrants.
No?
We prioritize, staff prioritizes
Okay.
OFIs. So when we go through our OFI list, for the complete OFI list, our staff does the priority of importance versus urgency of the
Just a
full
real
list.
long list, so it felt like it was a lot
Yeah.
last year.
And some people wanted to put everything.
There were
in the
about
upper
14
left-hand
of
corner.
them. And they were more action items than strategic opportunities.
Okay,
That was the
it was a
difference.
different list of
Whose
strategic
names will not
objectives.
be
Yeah,
mentioned.
right, right.
Yeah,
But
there
I
was
could
a lot
touch them
on
with a
it.
short
Yep.
stick.
Disappeared.
Yep.
Thank you to all those who attended on the back rows, so to speak.
Yeah, hardcore group back there.
If you think of any other changes that you would suggest for the retreat going forward, feel free to let me know at any point. Just shoot me an email. I keep a running list as the year goes on so that when it comes time next year, I review what are the changes that we suggested to make and try to implement those for improvement. So just let me know. Okay? Yes.
Going back to the thought process of the priority versus urgency, the one thing that the urgency did help us do when we were starting to really lay out the 5-year plan was making sure we front-loaded those things that council indicated were most urgent. And so if we do the prioritization next year, maybe there's some way to incorporate an urgency rating among the group as well to help guide us to know exactly which ones are not just the highest priority, but also are the most urgent.
One is both.
How do you determine,
And I would suggest if we're going to do this drill, it's about more than strategic opportunities. It's one of 4 lenses.
Mm-hmm. Multidimensional Rubik's Cube. I see it.
Okay.
Great job and great dialogue, I think.
Good.
Very good.
I will add, Lauren, that I think that the amount of time that we allocated this year, essentially all of day 1, for council discussion was very, very helpful. I think it allowed, at least it appeared to me from my perspective, that it allowed everyone the opportunity to say what they wanted to say. And it allowed for a sufficient amount of dialogue among the council. So I think just in terms of managing the agenda and allocating the appropriate amount of time to various topics, I thought you did a very nice job of that.
One other thought. That inverted triangle that you showed us yesterday that said, here's where we are in the total process, maybe including that triangle in our pre-retreat as well.
Yep.
And along the way, wherever it seems appropriate to say, okay, now we've moved down to this level,
maybe
guys.
now is a good time to see that.
Wait, where are we again?
We moved on
We
that
have moved.
triangle.
Right,
Yes,
our
we have
colors will
moved.
change now.
Jane,
Starting
can-
out with that
They're
in the
now
pre-retreat,
moving
so
to
we know
this.
where we are.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, that is helpful.
So
I agree
going-
with
I
every
think-
step of the way.
Yeah, starting at the pre-retreat with, the top 2 bars, so
Yep.
that everybody understands
As a
what we're
reminder.
focused on
Yep.
right now, guys. We're gonna get to we're gonna get to those specifics later on.
Agreed.
We gotta help you guys, all 5 of y'all, whittle yourselves down to have at least 3 out of the 5 have the same priority, so we know where to go. But anyway.
Great. Okay. All right, if you think of anything else, just let me know. And we have concluded the strategic planning retreat. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.